Welcome to this FAS, the Challenge of Megaconstellations webinar. The FAS is an organisation in the UK that supports UK amateur astronomy societies, and indirectly, therefore, we support between 12 and 13,000 UK amateur astronomers in the UK. We have closed captioning available here, so those of you would like it, there is a closed caption button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and you can also, with the options there, you can change the size of it, and you can also get at things like a transcript of what's been said beforehand. Occasionally the wording is amusing, but if people speak clearly, it's usually fairly good. We have the webinar today. The purpose of the webinar is to allow the experts to talk to people who are going to be up and coming and doing astronomy, so people who are at the start of their career, so that people can be aware of the problems and the challenges that megaconstellations will produce for astronomy, but also hopefully talk about some of the mitigations that will be available. So we have no formal code of conduct, but just say this once: if anyone is disrespectful, they will be removed from the conference. And I think so we're assuming professional speech throughout. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I'll hand over to our first speaker, Andy Lawrence. Now, Andy, and I'm going to put in a plug here and embarrass him. This is a very good book by Andy Lawrence, available from most major booksellers. So I thoroughly recommend you go out and get that. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you. Just check you can all hear me first, and then I'll share my screen.
Yep.
Okay, jolly good. Ooh, we're 2 minutes early, even, I think.
All right.
Okay, and I'll just go to full screen on that. Okay, everybody. So it's very, very nice to be here, and thank you for inviting me to be the very first speaker today. That's quite an honor. This looks like a fascinating webinar over the next 2 days. Some really amazing speakers. I think just all the right people today. So it's very, very good. My role today is to introduce the subject. So I'm going to give you a very general overview of megaconstellations, what they're all about, why we think they're a problem, and so on. A little bit of background to that, but then I'm going to sort of start up the themes that all the rest of the speakers are going to pick up and deal with properly. So I'll be kind of quick and shallow, and I hope I don't say anything that the later experts disagree with. Well, they can correct me if I do. Okay, pardon the frog in the throat. Right, so let's kick off then. Well, I am an astronomer. I love galaxies. I love stars. I love black holes in particular. That's my big thing. And exoplanets, everything. I love all that. So it's my career. It's both my job and my passion is studying the universe. Here's something else that over my life I've been dead keen on: computers and the internet. You know, I am a geek like most scientists. So I use the internet every day. I've been sending emails since 1983. You know, and so we all love this stuff. It's very important to us. A third thing I'm sort of passionate about and have been over my whole career is space. I am a space fan. The romance of space. This is a picture of me and Yuri Gagarin in 1961. I'm the one on the right, by the way, just in case there's any doubt there. So yeah, I'm dead keen on space, and as well as computers and astronomy and the universe. And through most of my career, these things have been synergistic and tied together in my own passion. And now suddenly they seem to be colliding. So what's that all about? Well, it's down to, from the point of view of an astronomer like myself, It's about images like these. I mean, this is the most famous one that I'm sure a lot of you have seen many times. Suddenly, a couple of years ago, streaks started appearing in our images. And maybe they shouldn't have taken us by surprise, but they did. And people got very agitated and excited. What the hell is this? Can people do this? What is this? Where's it going to go? So people got very excited. It wasn't just professional astronomers. Amateur astronomers too were quickly agitated. Here's a picture taken by an Edinburgh colleague of mine from the Astronomical Society of Edinburgh, Andrew Farrow. And now I'm assuming those are Starlink streaks, but I don't know actually, but there's a picture he took relatively recently. So amateur astronomers now are quite agitated as well. Of course, we know why this is. It's about low Earth orbit satellites circling the globe, and it's all about connecting up the world, providing internet to remote places and directly to consumers, especially Starlink, but also OneWeb. They're the two companies that have got most of the attention so far, and we'll be hearing from them today. And of course, connecting up the world is a very good thing. You know, digital rights for humanity, you know, all that sort of thing. You know, who could complain about that? So that's what it's all about. Now, satellite streaks are not new. So here is a picture of one corner of a glass Schmidt plate from, it says there circa 1980s, somewhere in the mid 80s. So this was taken by the UK Schmidt in Australia. That glass plate is still in my office. And in fact, I took that picture just a few months ago. But there's a satellite streaking across that astronomical image from the mid 1980s. So there's always been satellite streaks. Satellite internet isn't new either. Some years ago, there was a previous kind of burst of fashion for internet provision from space. Now, all of those top 4 companies, I think, went bust. Half of them have come back again, by the way, but that sort of bubble sort of burst to some extent. But now there's another new and exciting wave of the concept of internet from space. So meanwhile, some companies have been doing this happily, quote unquote, from somewhat higher orbits for ages, most notably Viasat and O3b. O3b, by the way, stands for or originally stood for the other 3 billion. So there's a clue. It was you know, Greg Wyler's original idea that you connect up people directly to consumers. Their business plan has changed quite a lot since, but that's the idea. So anyway, so it's space internet is not new. So what is new? What's new is the pace of change, okay, which is summed up in this plot here, which is a kind of, this is a nice version of the plot that was in our recent Nature paper made by the graphic artist at Privateer. That green curve there is the key thing. So this is a plot of the number of all tracked space objects versus time. And of course, it's been steadily growing over many, many years, but over the last couple of years, it's really taken off. And the number of active satellites in particular, that green line, has changed by something like a factor of 2.5 over the last couple of years. And pretty soon, of course, the number of derelicts and the bits of debris and so on are going to do the same thing. It's not going to be long. So it's the scary pace of change. That's what's really made people sit up and pay attention. And the thing is, although people obsess about SpaceX and Starlink, it's not just Starlink. The point is, at the moment, it's a real kind of fashion and competition. Everybody's trying to get in on the game. Most obviously, you know, OneWeb, who were in there early as well, but Telesat, Amazon, you know, the Russians, the Chinese, you know, everybody's doing this and thinking they've got to have their own system. And the thing is, however many, you know, there are now, you know, the number one slogan is there will be more, and it's changing scarily fast. So this is something we've got to figure out and deal with. Okay, so what's it all about? Well, I'm simplifying a lot here, but a lot of it's driven by the idea of latency, the delay time of a signal from a satellite to the ground or from the ground to satellite. So in that upper plot there, a traditional geo satellite like Viasat people use, it takes 1/8 of a second for a signal to get from the satellite to the Earth, or the other way around. So did somebody speak?
Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello,
Okay.
can I ask people who aren't speaking to mute their microphones, please?
Thank you. Yeah, so there and back, 1/4 of a second. Whereas if you're at the Starlink height of about 500 kilometers or so, it's less than 2 milliseconds, that delay time. And at the OneWeb height is about 4 milliseconds. So you might say, well, okay, that's great, but you know, what's 1/4 of a second between friends? And for many applications, it doesn't really matter. It's really bandwidth, reliability, and other things that really matter more. But sometimes for anything that's kind of real time, where you've got to get a signal there and back and communicate, it can be really important. You know, if you're competing over stock prices, or if you're playing League of Legends with your friend in Tibet, whatever, right? So there's real, you know, commercial pressure to solve this problem. So here's the thing: as you go lower in height towards the Earth, the cost to launch goes down, and this key latency delay time issue goes down. So that's the commercial drive. But at the same time, of course, the problem is the brightness of the satellites then goes up from reflected sunlight. And also the fleet size that you need goes up, because any one of those satellites could only see a little portion of the Earth. So you need lots to cover the Earth. Now, I'm simplifying a bit because your fleet size also depends on the total bandwidth your system's trying to deliver, whether you have ambition to deliver direct to consumers as opposed to backhaul to fiber stations or whatever. But that's basically our problem, and why suddenly there are thousands of them and they're bright. Okay, so now the companies are not doing nothing. I mean, so astronomers got in contact with them straight away, and both SpaceX and OneWeb are represented here today. We're very cooperative, and people have discussed various ways to try and improve things. And we'll hear more about this from the companies themselves, from other people, from Connie Walker later on. A lot of ideas are being prepared. It's not clear how well any of these are kind of working, but people are trying. But also it all takes time and it all takes money, both for the companies and for the astronomers. So, there's a real problem there. Okay, now I think also we're going to have a lot of talks at this meeting about characterizing the problem. And this is really important, because I think what we need to know is, okay, these streaks, how often are they really happening? Okay, and is it really true that it's really pretty much only a problem in twilight, just after sunset or just before sunrise? Can we not kind of figure out where they are and avoid them, or fix the images with smart software? And what about radio astronomy? So all these things are going to get picked up in the meeting and need serious attention, I think. Roughly speaking, my answer so far is not too often at the moment, but getting worse, and it's going to get much worse. So again, it's the rate of change thing. The twilight thing is really a professional astronomer's obsession, because if you're an astrophotographer in Scotland or Canada, these things are up all night, and it's very different. So it's very dependent on where you are. And fixing with software, etc. Yeah, maybe it's not clear how well it's going to, but you can do. And again, it costs money, time, effort, and money. And I'm glad I mentioned radio astronomy, because as we will hear, I think the problem is bad for optical astronomy, but potentially really bad for radio astronomy. I think it's a more serious problem. So kind of what I'm saying is we've got to be very careful as an astronomical community, whether professionals or amateurs, to be clear about whether we're talking about reality or scaremongering, because we want to be realistic about this. So and anybody who's talked about this on Twitter or Facebook or whatever knows this. Ordinary people, it's not just the Musk fanboys trolling you. Is it real ordinary people are concerned about, are they just making too much of a fuss, with their own interests and whatever. So we've got to be really clear about this. Okay, I see a big thumbs up from David Goldstein there or something, or he's pointing at something. Right. So now the other thing is, isn't this not nearly as bad as traditional light pollution, the bright sky? And we'll have a talk later on from John Barentine about this. And it's true, I think light pollution is actually far worse and a much harder problem to solve, but it's local. We can at least retreat to our mountain fastnesses, as it were, as professional astronomers, in Chile or Hawaii, and it's okay. But the satellites, the streaks, they're everywhere. You cannot avoid them. They are everywhere. And we'll hear from John as well, I think, that maybe when you add up the integrated light, it's also a problem. It's not just about the streaks. It's also about humanity's right to the sky, especially for Indigenous peoples. And we've got some very interesting material later in the webinar on exactly this. That's an Australian Aboriginal constellation being depicted there. It is also, of course, about the space junk problem. A lot of the other talks this morning are about this problem. So this is a very kind of unreal and gaudy image, of course, but it's got an emotional truth to it, I think you might say. Here's something I'll show. This is a figure from our recent Nature paper. It's the where the satellites are as a function of orbit height above the Earth, which is going along the x-axis there. And I'm just showing this to emphasize that they're not distributed at random. Things are in kind of orbital highways or shells, if you like. So some regions of space are much worse than others. And this is one version of the collision model built by the JASON report. For UK people, by the way, JASON is kind of like the UK version, the US version of SAGE. It's as a sort of government scientific advisory body. And now it's a relatively simplified model that they put together. But the thing is, for low Earth orbit satellites, you need to constantly replenish the population. And this can be a problem. And if you do that, as they suggest, to have a stable population of 50,000, you're launching 10,000 a year. It could be that you'll never get there, that after a few decades, the problem will be so bad that you'll be killing satellites faster than you can launch them. And that's a fairly extreme scenario, but it's not ridiculous. So it's a very serious problem. Liability issues are going to grow. That's a picture of a piece of an Iridium satellite that fell into somebody's garden. And there's some Canadian scientists looking for the remains of a Russian radioactive satellite that landed there. Who do you sue? This is a very difficult problem. So a lot of what we're seeing here, I think, shows classic signs of an environmental problem. Your actions have an effect on others. And so you have to realize that you're not isolated. True costs are externalized. It looks like a free resource, but actually what you do causes effort and money costs for other people. Worst, I think the problem is incremental and complex. And that, so, just like you think, well, one more coal mine won't hurt, a few more satellites doesn't make any difference. But as they add up more and more, you reach a point where it's unsustainable. So that's a very hard type of problem to solve, by the way, as we know from other environmental problems. So I think we've got to try, and we'll have a nice talk later on from Thomas Cheney about taking the environmental approach. So I'm looking forward to that. And I've been on a kind of personal journey here. After writing the book that Paul showed you, some people in Viasat read that, got in touch with me. I had a few conversations, and this is how they encouraged me to write an amicus brief for the case that Viasat were putting against the FCC. And that led in turn to a scientific version, which is the recent Nature paper, the case for space environmentalism. Now, by the way, I'm not a legal expert, and I think the point of this in US terms is the case that you should be applying an environmental impact assessment in a situation like this, which doesn't say what the answer should be at the end of that. It could be, this is fine, carry on, or it could be stop. I think the point that's being made by some people is we don't know what the answer is. It's very complicated, and this kind of, we're all sharing this space, but let's slow down and work it out right. Okay, it's kind of really the point there. Talking of regulations, here's another lovely quote from the very impressive Jason report. This is what I said at one point. A company who wanted to launch a dump truck full of sand into the same orbit as the International Space Station would have no formal barriers to doing so in many countries around the world. So and it's not that I don't think anybody's planning to do that, but it makes a kind of point that you may not be able to stop people who wanted to do that for some bizarre reason. So where are we on regulations? It's not that space is regulation free. It's not a complete Wild West. In fact, many of the people I know in space companies are fed up with the kind of red tape and bureaucracy. It's just that it's patchy. There's some areas that are very tightly regulated and some that really aren't regulated at all. So this is my kind of scorecard, if you like. So the basic principles, the broad principles of how you behave in space have been set since the 1960s by the Outer Space Treaty, set at a time when there was plenty of room and, you should be able to do more or less what you like as long as you were respectful for other space actors. Your competence to launch and your permission to use the radio spectrum and making sure you don't cause interference between satellites at GSO, a geostationary orbit. That's very well regulated, tightly regulated. Now, the Outer Space Treaty is 17 pages long and you can read it in a quarter of an hour. But the ITU Book of Regulations is volumes and volumes, and there are regular meetings, international meetings, all the stakeholders are there. It's very thorough. So all that is extremely thorough. Now, as we go down this list, though, liability, well, it has to go through diplomatic channels. When I ask, who can I sue? The answer is you can't. You've got to have a word with your government and they have a word with another government. And that's going to get more and more challenging. And it's and those kind of legal issues and how that works is a big problem for the companies who want to do space cleanup, collecting debris and so on. How you minimize debris, there are non-binding guidelines, and the IADC, there's an international committee that worked very hard on this, but that's what they are, they're guidelines, they're not really regulations. Advertising is banned in some countries, but not in others. And that image I showed you later by Start Rocket, that was a real project that they were trying to raise money for, to put advertising in space. And then the external people are now realizing that the impact you have on others should also be considered. So the effects on atmospheric pollution, sky pollution, and interference in LEO between one satellite and another, and ground stations and so on, is very loose. But I think that's where we may see some legal toughness coming up. So we're partway there. And in a way, this situation with commercial space taking off in such an exciting way reminds me a bit, I'm a lot older than some of you, and I remember the Cod Wars in the 1970s, when the law of the sea kind of had to change, when people were arguing about fishing rights and seabed mineral rights and so on. Before that, the idea was, the seas are free for everybody to explore, the freedom of the seas, that's what it's all about. Get out there, knock yourself out. And that started falling apart in the 60s and 70s. Then there was a United Nations Convention thrashed out, and at the end of that, it was quite successful. Still not perfect, but it's way better. 2 big new international bodies were formed with teeth. Not, dare I say, talking shops like UNUSA. They're real bodies with teeth. The International Seabed Authority and the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. And so that was a great improvement. But here's the thing, it took like 10 or 20 years for this to happen. So this is my sort of closing slide now. Our problem really is one of timescales, for us all to work out how to share this space and be nice to each other. So the commercial world works really fast. Things change on a timescale of months. The world of science is a bit slower. Academia moves on a timescale of years. And the world of international negotiation and global regulations, that evolves on a timescale of decades. So I think, you know, the will is there, but the challenge is the mismatch between these timescales. That's my feeling. Anyway, hopefully I've given you a flavor of what the issues are and what's coming up for the rest of the meeting. That's all I have to say for you. So thank you, and that's me.
Thank you very much, Andy. I think to add to your list there, of course, there's also the proposals in place at the moment to use space for collecting solar power to beam down to the Earth as microwaves. I think there's also talk of possibly some large light collectors of a couple of kilometers in diameter. So you would effectively have mini moons around the Earth, adding extra light, and that's particularly worrisome as well, I think. Do we have any questions, Martin?
Not as such as questions. No, there's a couple of comments come in. Gary Hunt makes the point, the International Maritime Organization, a UK agency, is very tough on regulation. And thank you, excellent presentation.
Great.
That was from Gary.
Okay, so I think we can move on. We're still a couple of minutes early, so you were spot on time, Andy, since you started a couple of minutes early. We can move on to David. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will make up for the time that he went under. I'll go over. How's that? No, I'm kidding.
That's okay.
So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, is that working okay?
Yes, I've got that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is David Goldstein. I work at SpaceX. Been at SpaceX about 6 years. Prior to that, I was in the Air Force for about 28 years. And I work a good bit on space sustainability. I am going to do a bit of a bait and switch. The talk that I'm going to give is broader than just on Starlink brightness. And so we're going to talk a little bit about space sustainability from a larger perspective. You know, SpaceX was founded back to revolutionize the technology to make us an interplanetary species. And we're deeply committed to the space orbital environment, you know, keeping space safe for human space flight, and the environmental piece of it is very important to us. And so, as you know, we launch a lot. Starlink is one of our we're sort of a self-customer for Starlink launches. I think we've had 11 launches this year, and I have some statistics later to show you the numbers of Starlink satellites. But we're serving hundreds of thousands of users around the world, and it's quite impactful. And so I'll show you a few of the stories of the impact of having this amazing capability. We're operating just over 2,200 satellites in low Earth orbit, and we're doing that very safely, despite the tragic events back in November of the Russian ASAT test that sprayed a bunch of debris all through our and others' orbits. You know, if you take nothing away from this talk, the one thing that I would want you to take away is that we have an unwavering commitment to keep space safe and to reduce the brightness of our satellites and mitigate the impacts as best we can to astronomy. And so we are investing in that. You're going to see some of that today. You're going to see some things that we're investing in and work we've done that we've not shown before. So as I said, many launches and many satellites, and mostly this picture. I just love the I love the photo of the launch there. But Starlink is making a difference around the world, and as many of you have seen what's going on in the Ukraine and the uses there. But there are many indigenous tribes that are taking advantage of Starlink. There are many schools in very rural areas that have never had internet that now are starting to have internet, and it is making a profound difference. And this makes me very proud of the work that we're doing. You know, investing in operating very safely, in reducing the impact to astronomy and optical astronomy and radio astronomy, and but also making a big difference in people's lives around the world. So with respect to overall space sustainability, and this will not be the bulk of the talk, but we are building reliable satellites and that are maneuverable. They are also fully demisable, so that when they re-enter, there's per the NASA standard, they are completely demisable, and we've demonstrated that with about 200 re-entries so far. We are operating very low, below 600 kilometers. This has a lot to do with space sustainability. You know, operating low allows us to, if there is an unlikely event where a satellite dies, then the debris does not persist for decades or centuries. It's several years before it deorbits. And then we also insert very low. We insert down, you know, we're inserting now around 300 kilometers, semi-major axis, and that allows us to check out the satellites to make sure that there are no issues prior to beginning orbit raising. And in some cases, we'll deorbit a satellite early if it looks like it's going to be to have issues later, which we also can think significantly contributes to space sustainability. And we've spent a lot of our non-recurring engineering on the ability to operate these satellites low so that we can inject them low. We also are continuing to work to be transparent in what we do, and part of what we're doing today is to be transparent with respect to astronomy and the brightness piece of things, and also space sustainability in general. We have a very advanced collision avoidance system on board Starlink, and our goal is to make these types of maneuvers very routine. And we've demonstrated this many times. And the fact that it's routine, we end up erring on the side of maneuvering to avoid debris, to reduce risk. And that has served us very well, especially with the Cosmos 1408 debris. And obviously we're very committed to keeping skies as dark as we can. So just very quickly, the operational phases of Starlink, we insert very low. So you can see in the sort of in the plot, the sort of lower left part where the yellow line is, we insert down low. We actually don't implement our brightness reduction for about the first 7 days, and I'll talk about what that is. But you can see the configuration of the satellite is we call it open book, so it's a very flat attitude as we orbit raise. But once we get up to either our parking orbit or our operational orbit, the parking orbit is around 350, 370 kilometers, and then the operational orbit is around up at 550. You can see the different configurations there. We call the orbit raising configuration open book, and then we call the sort of operational or parking orbit attitude shark fin because of the sort of 90-degree angle there. And so some satellites will go straight up to the operational orbit. Some satellites will hang out at the parking orbit to rephase their right ascension, but they all end up at 550 kilometers. And then not to scale in time, but at the end of life, then they have a controlled deorbit, controlled circular deorbit all the way down to reentry. So, back in May of 2019, when we launched the first set of Starlink satellites, I think many of us were surprised at the brightness of the satellites, and so we we started working then with astronomers, in the U.S. and internationally to assess the impact and try to figure out how we could develop and field mitigations. And we have a robust engineering team dedicated to reducing the brightness of our satellites and continuing to address this. And we have invested significant engineering hours. Andy talked about the investments that are done, and we are significantly contributing to the engineering to both work with astronomers to mitigate the impacts, but also to make the satellites to mitigate their brightness as much as possible. And so yeah, our goal is to for the satellite part to reduce the brightness, but then also to be able to provide ephemerides and TLEs that are accurate, so that astronomers can, if possible, avoid or at least know that they're starlinks that are in and where and when starlinks would be in an image. Both of these plots, like, we credit to Pat Seitzer. The lower left one there is just shows at different altitudes how many satellites are in view over time. And so, as even the JASA study pointed out, operating below 600 kilometers definitely reduces the impact of the brightness and the number of satellites in view for astronomy. And then the plot on the right there is some actual observation. The plot on the left is from a model. The plots on the right are actual data that show the change in visual magnitude from early Starlinks that we launched and when we implemented the visors on our satellites. And so you can see the large change in visual magnitude as we've implemented changes, and with our goal of reducing visual magnitude below 7. So this slide shows the sort of the mechanism for brightness. And so you can see the incident light coming in. The Starlink satellite is there with the blue chassis and the sort of yellow or orange solar array. And the chassis is oriented so that it is tangent to the velocity vector. And so that nadir deck is perpendicular to aligned to the center of the Earth. And so the incident sun comes in, reflects off of the chassis, and then those in the dark there would potentially be impacted. And so the mitigations that we have and are continuing to work on is, as I mentioned, operating in lower LEO. We have done a good bit of work to darken our solar arrays so that the reflections that would be sort of to the right of the solar array would be lessened. During that orbit raising configuration, we actually orient the satellite knife edge to the sun, which reduces the amount of power that we can generate, but it does allow us to reduce the brightness significantly. On a set of satellites, we've used visors to block the incident light coming in, but the visors also have reflectivity in some sense. So we are now moving to more of the use of specular material on the nadir deck in order to reflect the light away. And so you're going to see a good bit of work that we've done on that, as well as some dark paint development that we have undertaken and invested quite significantly in to have paint that is qualified for space, that is very dark. And then obviously we're publishing our ephemerides and TLEs so that others know the position of the satellites. So just very quickly, to talk through the using visors versus using a specular nadir surface. The visors just block that incident light, but they need to be black in order to avoid a sort of back scatter. And so we've done a good bit of work on this. You can see the incident light in this plot coming in, and invested quite significantly in some dielectric mirrors to be able to keep that light specular in its reflection instead of diffusing it out so that it's more reflective. The next chart here, and just for comparison, we've plotted what the brightness would be of roughly a 6U CubeSat at 550 kilometers if it was completely white. Then its visual magnitude would be about 7 at 550. So this is quite a daunting task to make a satellite to be as dim as a CubeSat that would be white. And so what's plotted here is basically the capability of the dielectric mirror that we're working on. It is 10 times dimmer than Vanta Black, and Vanta Black obviously could not be used in space. Not something that we could do, but these mirrors that we have worked on are definitely quite capable of reducing the brightness for the satellites. So for those of you who are interested in having the accurate 2-line element sets, and also potentially even our propagated ephemerides, you can find a set of supplemental TLEs on Celestrak. You can obviously find TLEs and the historical TLEs on SpaceTrack, but Celestrak has TLEs that are actually fitted to our propagated ephemeris. So Dr. Kelso takes our propagated ephemeris that we generate 3 times a day for every satellite, and he fits TLEs to those and publishes those on Celestrak and makes those available to everyone. If you're interested though in getting the propagated ephemerides, they are available on SpaceTrack for anyone with a SpaceTrack account. So you don't have to be an owner operator to get access to them. There's a tab called Public Files that those FMs are available. And yeah, if you have any questions about the format of those, there's documentation there on the SpaceTrack website. So finally, Starlink is making a big impact around the world, and providing internet in underserved areas is very, very important to SpaceX. We are highly committed to keeping the environment of space safe and safe for human travel, and also to minimize the impact on astronomy. A few things, for the course of your seminar to be thinking about here. Finely orchestrated satellites that operate together really can do so with minimal risk. We operate our satellites in such a way that we minimize their self conjunctions, and when a satellite is not doing well, we're going to deorbit it and move it out of the way. And so, I've heard Darren McKnight from Leo Labs say, our large constellations villains or victims? I'll leave that up to you. We do prefer, just so you know, large constellations rather than being called mega constellations. But that's just a personal preference of ours. And also remember, as you're thinking about what's happening in space, risk is the likelihood of an event occurring and the consequence of that event occurring. And so we typically with satellite collisions talk mostly just about likelihood, as if the consequence is always going to be hugely significant, when the way we design our satellites, that if they took a small impact, the consequence would be we would probably lose that satellite, but it would not be a catastrophic debris generating event. And so that's another area that we have dedicated a good bit of engineering resources to make our satellites quite robust and resilient. And so, as we think things through, the orbital debris that is being generated intentionally. You know, the U.S. Came out. We were very happy to see the moratorium on ASAT testing, and we hope the rest of the world follows that, because the intentional generation of orbital debris is just terrible. And yeah, we need to prevent that from happening, and to reduce the risk of derelict rockets. You know, every Starlink launch that we have, the second stage re-enters, and so we are not leaving those rockets as derelicts in space. We're re-entering them, and so those with their mass are high risk, and so we have to figure out a way to do something about those. So with that, I will stop and see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, David. We have a couple of questions, but since I, as host, don't appear to be able to leave a question, I have a couple of very quick questions before we move on. First of all, you've got your initial injection orbit at 290 kilometers, and that proved to be a problem back in early February when a geomagnetic storm meant that a large proportion of those that had just been launched weren't able to sustain their orbit. Do you think it's likely that SpaceX will raise their initial injection orbit to something higher to make the problem less of a problem, especially as we approach solar maximum?
Right. So the orbit that we had the issue with, we actually injected with about a 200 kilometer perigee, and so that is quite low. For the mission since then, we have raised the perigee up to around they're circular now. We're doing a two burner insertion, and so we're up around 300 kilometers of apogee and perigee. We may end up moving back down. We've made some changes to our guidance navigation control algorithms to be able to better accommodate the higher drag, and we're actually working with NOAA and NASA on better estimation of the atmospheric density. You know, Starlink isn't you know, another aspect of Starlink is having so many. We have a lot of sensors in space, and so we're working with NOAA to potentially provide our atmospheric drag acceleration estimates in order to debias some of the modeling that they do for atmospheric drag.
Thank you. I've got another question, but perhaps Martin, if you'd like to go through a couple of questions we've got and come back to me afterwards.
Okay. From Olivier, Starlink's active collision avoidance is impressive. However, how reliably does it work for avoiding collision with non-Starlink satellites?
Yeah, no, it's very, very effective. This is something that I personally work on. Every single one of our guidance navigation control engineers at SpaceX is deeply familiar with our collision avoidance processes, and so we actually the satellites we beam the position and covariance of the secondary objects up to the satellite, so the satellite can on board make the decision. And so the way that works is the satellite's recomputing its own future trajectory more accurately than anyone else can predict it. And so when the satellite does that, it recomputes the collision probability, and then it decides to do a maneuver, and it decides to do that 12 hours before the time of closest approach. And so the benefit there is that you're making a decision with far less uncertainty of where the secondary object is going to be. And so it's been quite effective. We have a Space Act agreement with NASA. NASA's relying on us to do collision avoidance for their science satellites. So, and after a very in-depth review of our system. And so that should tell you about the sort of reliability and efficacy of the system.
Incredible. There is another one from Chile. Do we really need 42,000 satellites for a constellation, a Starlink constellation?
So our current filing is for 4,400 satellites, and so we'll work to fill out that constellation. Our other filing is for 30,000 satellites, and so you know, I don't know if we'll ever have 30,000 satellites in space or not. I think you know, our goal would be to be able to provide internet to every single person around the world. In order to do that, though, we know that we're going to continue to spend engineering resources to both minimize the impact to astronomy and also to ensure that we're doing everything we can and advancing collision avoidance to make it even to the next level where we can get an order of magnitude of you know, less probability of collision as we move forward.
Incredible. Yeah. Thank you. There is one more question. Paul, do you want to do that or at the end?
We can do Doug's question first.
Okay. Yes, from Doug. Even if a small percentage of many thousands of satellites fail uncontrollably, that is still a lot of satellites. Will Starlink be publishing data on satellites that fail and which can't be controlled to minimize optical and radio interference? And will ephemerals for these rogues be possible?
Yes, the answer is yes. So we do publish on SpaceTrack to other owner operators if satellites are not active in terms of failed, dead. We also report that to the FCC. So in our FCC filings, we report which satellites have died. Those two-line element sets are available on SpaceTrack, and they're quite accurate because satellites are never maneuvering, obviously. So since the Space Force tracks them, they're quite accurate. And so the answer is yes. That information is for sure discoverable.
Thank you.
Okay. So my other question here is that at SATCON 2, it was estimated there that TLEs would become obsolete after about 8 hours. And I note that you said that you are updating the CelesTrack data and other data roughly 3 times a day, which is 8 hours, which means that your updating is very close to the time which is estimated the data would become obsolete. Are you planning to increase your update rate?
So the answer is yes. So with respect to, so there's 2 parts to that. One is when we propagate the ephemeris out and provide it to SpaceTrack, we're providing 72 hours of propagation into the future. So those TLEs are fit to the TLEs on SpaceTrack, or I'm sorry, on CelesTrack are fit to that 72-hour arc. So they should be better. They should be better longer. But we are updating them every 8 hours now. Internally, we are self-screening Starlink for conjunctions every hour. Currently, the Space Force can't screen at that rate, but we're hoping in the future that we'll be able to move to a place where we can screen at a higher frequency. And so we're working on some ways to be able to expose those ephemerides at a higher frequency, potentially every hour, to provide them. You know, the generation of satellites that we're launching now have crosslinks that that will allow the satellite to be continuously in contact with the ground. And so in theory, we're going to have satellites that we know exactly where they are with real-time orbit estimation coming off of them that is available on the ground that could be propagated out. And so, you know, at some point I could see where there could be even potentially a streaming service where you just ping the service and it gives you the very latest propagation at any time that you want. I could see that coming in the future.
Yeah, that's going to be important for those applications that want to help astronomers avoid taking photographs for satellites crossing the field of view. Accurate positional information will be very important.
Well, and accurate attitude information, right? We would love to be able to work to ensure that the BRDF is understood, and so that you know what the attitude of the satellite would be, to be able to predict what the brightness would be as well.
Yes. For those not familiar with the term BRDF, it's effectively the way that the satellite reflects light, with the light coming from different angles and how it bounces off the satellite. So it's a sort of a pattern of light scatter from the satellite. Thank you very much, David. That was excellent. I've seen some very nice comments here in the chat about your talk, in particular the fact that in the lion's den, as it were, here amongst us astronomers, they appreciate very much your positive and honest answers that you've given.
But we really all want the same thing, right? We do. We want the same thing, and so yeah, we're happy to take part in things. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, David, and I appreciate it. Also, such unsociable hours from California. It's about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning there now, I think. Okay, thank you very much. So our next talk was due to be given by Maurizio Vanotti from OneWeb. Unfortunately, due to an unexpected family matter, Maurizio isn't able to give the talk himself in person. However, he has pre-recorded a talk of about 17 minutes talking about the OneWeb constellations. And Martin, I think you've got that queued up, ready to go.
I do hope so. Right, let's see how we get on. Share that screen. You hear that?
Good morning, good afternoon. I am Maurizio Vanotti. I'm Vice President for Space Infrastructure Development at OneWeb. And thank you for this invite and for the opportunity for me to present responsible space and what this initiative means at OneWeb. So today I would like to talk essentially about three things. What is responsible space? Why is responsible space important? And what we do at OneWeb about responsible space. So responsible space is essentially an initiative that sets out a framework of principles and best practices that will govern responsible space for operators and satellite owners. What we have witnessed over the last few years is an introduction of commercial space activities driven by advancements in technology, increase in private investments, and reductions in satellite manufacturing cycles and launch costs. Small satellites are being used and launched in unprecedented numbers, and proposals for large, low Earth orbit constellations are a reality now. So this new era of space activity is expanding dramatically space-based global communications, remote sensing, and a host of novel services that promise new opportunities for economic development, global education, rural Earth care, location-based services, and advancement in environmental science in general. For the global space economy to flourish and to realize the opportunities, we must preserve a safe operating environment. However, this is also marked by elevated concerns over space sustainability and the safety risks posed by an increasingly congested operating environment. So I would like to share with you just a handful of slides that really try to conceptualize and graphically capture our initiative and what we do at OneWeb. So OneWeb, since its inception almost 10 years ago, has really set the vision for thought leadership in responsible space. And today, this initiative actually covers quite a broad range of areas, starting from environmental, social, and government policies. So ESG, as it's called, defines a set of criteria that socially responsible operators, investors, customers, regulators really decided to autonomously adopt and use as a screen for potential investments and operations. We look at leadership in responsible space across all the lifespan of a mission life cycle and our business. And we really have the objective of sharing and helping the regulators to pave the way to shape and define the guidelines for responsible space in areas like lifetime of satellite mission operations, collision avoidance, space traffic management, assisted disposal and removal, ADR as it's called, definition of reliability best practices, green launches, seems quite ambitious, but it's something that we're really keen on, optical astronomy and radio astronomy. So what do we do at OneWeb and how we address these areas? So the Responsible Space Initiative at OneWeb is articulated over 6 macro areas, as we call them, starting from SSA, Space Situation Awareness, Space Traffic Management, Assisted Disposal and Removal, Radio and Optical Astronomy, and Carbon Footprint. So looking at these 6 verticals or macro areas independently, one by one. So first of all, SSA, Space Situation Awareness, is the area that really looks after the objects in space and as a first has the objective to identify whether there is a problem or potential collision. And what we are looking at is really setting a series of guidelines and advices that will try to regulate the assignment of orbits and the definition of what could overlap or not in terms of altitude or region of operations, and the reliability metrics before the launch licenses are granted. Reliability is extremely key, in particular for aspects related to end-of-life operations and deorbiting. Key aspects related to propulsion system that should be embarked on any satellites flying at altitudes lighter than 400 kilometers, where the atmospheric drag, is not enough in order to deorbit satellites naturally in a reasonable amount of time. And also risks should be assessed and evaluated, not on a point-to-point basis, but with a system-wide perspective, especially in the frame of constellations. The second point is associated to space traffic management, which, as you can imagine, is particularly an interesting topic for large constellations, and essentially is similar to what happens in our streets, in our roads that are highly congested by traffic. This is not applicable to every orbit, is particularly applicable at lower orbit where most of the satellites are concentrated. For this reason, and in order to mitigate any issues related to space traffic management, it's really important for satellite owners and operators to behave responsibly in order to launch constellations in a heavily congested area, to cooperate among each other in a transparent and coordinated effort in order to ensure that a constant and open dialogue would prevent dangerous conjunction events. We are actively engaging with the World Economic Forum, WEF, on satellite collision avoidance and right-of-way principles, similar to what is commonly adopted in the maritime sector. We also strongly believe that NASA collision metrics requires updates, as is not up to speed anymore. We've seen incredible acceleration in the number of satellites being launched. This is thanks to technology and new series production principles, which was initiated by OneWeb a few years ago, and now fellow operators that are following are increasing the number of satellites that are continuously launching. What is really important is that as part of a responsible management of the traffic, control over the satellites that are being deorbited is retained for as long as possible, and the satellites are passivated before re-entry in atmosphere, which means deflating all the propellant that is stored on board and preparing the battery for safe re-entry. Moving on to ADR, assisted disposal and removal, in-orbit servicing is key and uncharted territory. All our OneWeb satellites are designed to re-enter into the atmosphere at the end of their operational life, and this is thanks to a series of multiple redundancy level and enough propellant stored on board in order to guarantee the deorbiting at the end of life. But should the worst case scenario materialize, and should we lose control of one of our satellites, each satellite is equipped with docking fixtures, whether mechanical or magnetic, that will allow the satellites to be served by a third-party mission. And this is key. So all the satellites should really, and the operator should be designed to take this worst case scenario into account. In order to do that, OneWeb is working with a series of partners, and thanks to the support of the UK Space Agency and the European Space Agency in a mission called Sunrise, to develop key technologies that will be demonstrated and will enable assisted disposal and removal servicing missions. The key message is at the same time is that while we're engaged with Astroscale as first partner of choice, we're also encouraging this community to foster diversity for these kind of missions and these kind of applications in order to avoid monopolistic scenarios. And one of the ways that we are suggesting from a business perspective is to develop what we call breakdown cover agreement, similar to the road cover services that are available on our roads for our car should they break or have an accident. Moving on, there are other two key areas that are different but close to each other, and are radio frequency interference and brightness or optical astronomy. Starting from radio frequency interference, and OneWeb obviously respect ITU is fully compliant with FCC policy and regulations, but there are also some particular requirements imposed in order to safeguard what is called the astronomy bands that is used for radio frequency observations. And as part of the spectrum that is allocated to OneWeb, we are extremely careful not to use the first channel, the first 250 megahertz, in order to remain silent in that specific band in order to avoid an interference. And this is what we call channel 1. Moving on to the brightness aspects and optical astronomy, we are extremely and actively engaged with the scientific community through a series of workshops. We participated to the SATCON2 initiative, and we are actually running a campaign that is aiming at measuring the brightness or the footprint of our satellites in the night skies. We have a couple of slides later describing and giving you more details on what we're doing in practicality. Last but not least is our carbon footprint initiative. We have commissioned in 2019 a study, an independent assessment that evaluated the carbon footprint of our production line for generation 1, for our first constellation, the OneWeb constellation generation 1. And with the objective to use these as a benchmark or stepping stone in order to reduce the carbon footprint for our upcoming second generation. So we believe that as part of the requirements that are issued to our suppliers and our partners for manufacturing the next generation of OneWeb constellation, it is important to engage in order to include carbon footprint guidelines or carbon footprint principles in order to mitigate against an increase in the production of CO2. But focusing a bit more on what we're doing, in particular on the brightness piece. Starting 18 months ago, OneWeb commissioned an independent study, an independent actually assessment, an observation campaign of the footprint of or the signature of our satellites in the night sky. And you can see an example of these observations in the black square with the red rectangles that actually capture the signature of one satellite in particular in the night sky. On the left-hand side, you see over a period of about 60 minutes, a series of observations that have been captured. The astronomical observatory is based in south of Italy, in Sicily, and what they did essentially is measuring the magnitude, the brightness of our satellites, with range for that particular set of observations from magnitude 7.5 to about magnitude 10. Now, we have to remind ourselves that the higher the magnitude, the fainter the satellite is. So it works the other way around, if you want. So the higher the number, the more difficult it is to observe the satellite. Any magnitude higher than 7 is really not detectable, with the naked eye, which is extremely good in terms of interference with the night, the dark skies. But why are we doing this? Because we could have, simply, there are already several observations done by professional astronomers that measure the brightness not only of OneWeb satellites, but also the brightness of the satellites of our fellow operators. We started this campaign because we had in mind the objective is to take ownership of these results and iterate these observations with the idea to, and it's not an idea, but actually it's a project that we have running at OneWeb, to create a mathematical model of our satellite that would predict the same brightness levels, with the idea then to correlate this model with the observation results and use it as a tool in order to design the future generation of our satellites and make them less bright. What do you mean with that? So, as you can see on the left-hand side is a mathematical image of the Generation 1 satellite, which actually is a high-fidelity reproduction of the physical configuration of our Gen 1 satellites, the one that we have been launching. We just have just north of 400 satellites currently orbiting the Earth. The red surfaces that you can see are the surfaces that in a particular moment of time, at the moment of the observation, reflect the sun, like, if you want, mirrors, even if it's not exactly like that, but that is kind of, the simplest analogy, reflects the sunlight in the direction of the observation point, which in this particular case is the astronomical center that did the observations. The red arrows are indicating the normal or the vertical with respect to the surface that reflects the sunlight towards the observation point. The areas in gray are surfaces that at that moment simply do not reflect the sunlight. On the right-hand side, you can see the results. So the squares are the measured values in two particular instances, and the circles are the predicted brightness level generated by our model. And as you can see in one particular case, the one on the left-hand side, the difference is almost negligible. On the case on the right is less than 0.4 magnitude, which is an extremely good result. So this is just a preview of what we've been doing. The study, the exercise is already ongoing. This is a visualization of the difference between the measured and the predicted brightness level over a series of tens of observations at different elevations of the satellite. So how high the satellite is above the horizon. In a nutshell, what that chart really conveys is how good the model is, because in the worst case scenario, the projected difference is always less than 0.5 magnitude, which is extremely positive. So we have been engaging with various group of professional astronomers that have been invited to review this work, the code that will be made available to them in order to characterize not only our satellites, but should they wish, other satellites orbiting the Earth, in order to improve the forecast and their observation campaigns, and then the quality of their observation campaigns. So this was just a very, very quick overview to give you the flavor of everything that we've been doing at OneWeb regarding responsible space. I really hope that you found it interesting. I would have loved to be there with you in person. I also really very much appreciate the opportunity for this recorded message, this recorded presentation, and I look forward to doing this again soon. Thank you very much for your attention. Good day.
I think great thanks to Maurizio for pre-recording that for us. It's a shame, however, of course, he isn't here to answer questions directly himself. We do have one question from Zilly's son asking when OneWeb will be able to provide full service to the UK and the world. Any roadmap? Does Do any of the panelists here, perhaps Stuart, do you know what OneWeb's timetable is?
Apologies, Paul, but no, I don't.
No? Anyone else? No? Maybe David knows, although it's a bit cheeky to ask him to comment on OneWeb's timetable. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch now. We're a few minutes early, unless anyone has any questions in general for the panel that we want to fit in before lunch, any urgent ones. Again, can I ask people questions posted in the Q&A? There's a Q&A button at the foot of your screen on the toolbar. Questions there will get answered. Questions in the chat are much less likely to get answered. Yes, certainly, Gary. Gary Hunter said maybe worth asking OneWeb to come back on the last question. If we have questions for OneWeb, I can send them by email and circulate the response. Okay. So, just been asked by Kenny. We're breaking for lunch for 40 minutes in total. That was the original planned time, and we come back at 1 o'clock. So it's lunch, of course, for us in the UK, and it may be breakfast or something less sociable somewhere else in the world. So we'll break now, and we'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Thanks very much. That was a useful break for lunch. We have now this afternoon to address issues of space debris and use of access to space and so on. Our first speaker this afternoon, well, the UK afternoon, is Dr. Hélène Ma. Over to you, Hélène.
Okay, thank you. So I will share my screen. Okay, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Perfect.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So hi, everyone. My name is Hélène Ma. I'm currently a space surveillance and tracking test and validation engineer at the Space Debris Office at ESOC since more than 2 years. And on behalf of the team, I would like to thank Paul and the organizers to invite us to be able to present the status of the space debris environment to your community. So first of all, I would like to give a definition of what space debris are. So this is taken from the IADC mitigation guidelines, which states that the space debris are all man-made objects, including fragments and elements thereof, which are orbiting around the Earth or re-enter in the atmosphere, and they are not functional. I will use more appropriately the term artificial objects rather than man-made objects. Okay, so first I will give you a description on the evolution of the space debris environment and the current status. And you will see through the slide how the large constellations affect this environment. So here we employ more the large constellations rather than the term megaconstellations to make it more generic. And after that, you will see some of the mitigation measures that are undertaken to face these issues. Okay, so let's start. So we have seen this dramatic increase of launch activities over the last few years. And since the beginning of space age in 1957, then we have recorded more than 6,000 successfully launches. So now you can imagine or not how many active satellites and space debris are in space. And this is what you can see through this video. So this is a video with different sizes of the space debris population. And actually, we also include the active satellites. So based on a master model from ESA, which is a model for generation of the population that we'll explain later, then we estimated 1 trillion of these objects that are having a size higher than 0.1 millimeters, and among them, 1 million of them with a size higher than 1 centimeter. And if we take this population, there's only 30,000 of these objects that are detected by the Space Surveillance Network. And from these objects, we catalog them according to them as a fragment, mission-related objects, spent rocket, inactive satellites. And also we include here the active satellites that represent now about only 90% of the catalog objects. So at ESA, we regularly update these statistics on the space debris population. So I put the link here if you're interested to have a look in the future. All right, so this slide is maybe quite complex, but the main message is the following. So basically, you can see that there are different numbers of debris with different size of impact diameters. And also, these debris can give several different effects on the visual operation of satellites, for example. So either you can have plasma generation or structural failure of your objects. And then here you have an example of a strike on one of the solar panels of Sentinel-1A in 2016, which has generated a 5% of power loss and as a conclusion, a slight change in the altitude and the orbit. And this has been likely to be 1 centimeter of size for the impactor, which has generated 40 centimeter of impact diameter with 7 fragments that have been tracked now. So this kind of issue is not actually rare. It happens very often. And there's recently one reported by the flight dynamic team at ESOC in which actually an Iridium satellite has occurred this kind of issue. And one important thing here that you may notice is that not all of these debris are trackable. So that raises this danger that many of these debris are not seen via our sensors. So where these space debris are from? Are they actually space debris and meteorites? So either they are from natural decay due to the atmospheric drag and other natural perturbations, or they are from active removal. And regarding sources, they can be directly from launches. So for example, rocket bodies, payloads, and mission-related objects, or they can be from fragmentation that are produced by explosions and collisions and errors. So I won't go into details. And here you see also an overview of the different sources that you can have. The main message here is that you can see how diversity you have in terms of the type of sources, but in particular in terms of the impact diameters that can go down to 1 micrometers. And you can notice as well that the fragments due to explosion and collision are of any size of the diameter impact. Okay, so maybe this plot can be more interesting for you. So you see the count evolution of objects, of catalog objects over time, which are being categorized by the type of object. So first of all, you see here an evolution increasing over time in the last few decades on the unidentified objects. This is explained by the improvement of the space surveillance sensor capabilities that enable to detect these new objects, which have generally not be traced back to a specific event or source. So at the end, they have been classified as unidentified. As well, you can notice a recent increase of launch payload. And then when you look at the evolution, the trend of this number of objects, you can see some few peaks. And these are explained by these following events. So you have the Chinese anti-satellite in 2007, followed by the Cosmos Iridium collision in 2009, and then, of course, the recent Russian anti-satellite test in November of last year. And for the last event, we have recorded 1,509 new objects, from which already more than 200 have been already decayed. So this is, and also from other plots that I'm going to show, they have been updated yearly via our space environment report. So if you've been interested here, you have also a QR code and the link to how to take a look. Okay, so another way to observe the evolution of objects can be shown by another point of view, which is the following. So here you have the number of objects over time that are characterized by the type of mission, but also by the range of masses. So over the last few decades, the space traffic in LEO has been itself undergoing important changes, fueled by the miniaturization of the space systems and also by the deployment of large constellations. And precisely, we can see how the number of satellites launched in a year has reached now around 4 times the level of 10 years ago. And even a larger increase with respect to the year in 2003 when the IADC guidelines were published. Besides that, the type of satellites that had launched are different. So if you look at the last 3 years in dark color, roughly half of the satellites that have been launched have a mass less than 10 kilograms, which is different when compared to 10, 20 years ago. So all of these elements are really important when you have to consider the level of compliance to the mitigation guidelines and whether these guidelines will work in the next 20 years of space activities. As well, you can see the emerging use of space by large constellations over the altitude ranges. So here you have on the left-hand side the number of objects, catalog objects actually, with respect to different altitudes. In light color are those that are from active constellation satellites compared with the total catalog objects in dark color. The right-hand side is just the similar results, but using the ratio. And so here we have identified those that are within the range until up to 500 kilometers of altitude that represent the starlinks, and the peak close to 1,250 kilometers of altitude, which are from OneWeb. Okay, so here you can see a schema of large constellations reported by Euroconsult in 2020. You can basically see the different constellations spread over the different altitudes with the different status. So if they have been already in space, in progress, or planned for the future. So this data is still outdated, but the statement remains the same, which is that we are still expect large constellations as planned in the near future. But let's focus on the right hand side on this plot. So this plot is representing different scenarios for the case of constellations. So the scenarios are defined by the post-mission disposal success rate that are then different from 100% to 50%. This is a specific parameter from the mitigation guidelines that evaluate the long-term effect of these satellites, constellation satellites or non-constellation satellites over time in the long term. So in that case, you have in dash dot line the reference which considers satellite which is not from constellation. And the others are the case with satellites from constellation with a different level of this success rate of post-mission of disposal after post-mission. So basically, you can see here the effect of the post-mission disposal success over the long term. At the end, the large constellation must have at least 80% of success rate. Otherwise, we will see this increased LEO population, as you can see here with the red line. So now you have seen basically where these space debris are from, what is the current status of the space environment, and also depending on the type of mission, the type of satellites, and the number of satellites, with the effect of the large constellations. So with this additional increase of the launch rate, we can see that the large constellations are impacting the environment, and maintaining the long-term sustainability of this environment is now challenging. For example, you have seen that the skies are more polluted from your observations, and as well from, for example, regarding operations, then we notice this increase or close approaches between active satellite, but also between active satellite and space debris. So what are the mitigations there? So we will present here just few of them. And I would like to start first with Master 8. So Master is ESA's reference model for the prediction of the environment. So it's basically a model for space debris and meteorites environment. And its objective is to give the realistic prediction of the natural and artificial particulate environment of the Earth and the risk assessment via flux predictions on the user-defined target orbits. So Master simulates the generation of objects due to all known debris sources and their orbital evolution with time. So basically, first, the master will take into account the sources and the sinks of space debris and meteorites, as I explained earlier. And then it will store this object into a database with associated events to perform a simulation. So basically derive the object population down to impactor diameters of 1 micrometer. And then the orbits of these objects are propagated over different epochs. And then we go back to the model functionalities, which is performing the closed loop. Okay, another mitigation measure is the collision avoidance. So here you can see a simulation between NVSAT and upper stage. I hope the video is working well. So we start from data that are available to us, which is the orbit of the object, represented here by the dot, and the uncertainty of this orbit that is shown here in ellipsoid. So based on this data with some statistical approach and models, we can compute the collision probability that will indicate the level of risk of collision that we can have. So if we identify a high risk event, then we will design and perform a collision avoidance maneuver such that we can avoid this potential collision. So at the end, you will better understand with the next talk held by Thomas, for sure, about collision avoidance operations. But just imagine how much effort it is required, and it would be required for us to evaluate the risk, but also for operators to perform maneuvers when we also have to take into account the large constellations effect. And in addition, the computation of the uncertainty of the orbit still needs to be improved, why it is actually relevant to evaluate the risk of collision. So there are existing mitigation guidelines, and one example are from the IADC. These guidelines cover different aspects along a life of a mission, starting from the minimization of debris released during normal operations, up to the limitation of on-ground risk due to the re-entry. So I will not give you details now due to the time constraint, but you have seen in the previous slide the example of the application of post-mission disposal. So in order to assess the efficacy of these guidelines, so this is an example of its implementation. So you can see here the simulation of the future evolution of LEO population for objects higher than 10 centimeters over time. And here you can consider two scenarios. So the first one is on the dark color. So that consider that there is no further launch plan for after 2021. And the other scenario is an extrapolation of our current behavior. And this is based on terms of launch traffic, explosion rates, and disposal success rates. So for both scenarios, we use as reference a population in 1st January of 2022, which is based on our discourse database from ESA, but I will not give much details here. And for payload specifically, we also check in which orbital region they are active and whether they belong to a constellation. And then we simulate the evolution of the environment over 200 years from 2022. Basically, the dark line indicates the mean value of all the Monte Carlo runs that have been performed, and each of the runs are indicated here in lighter color, by the way, and similar for the other scenarios. So these results show clearly that if we do not consider to launch any further satellites over the 200 years, then the amount of space debris objects is likely to increase. Regarding the extrapolation scenario, here actually there's a model of deployment and replenishment that was defined for each current constellations in orbit using the publicly available data. And this extrapolation behavior assumes first the continuation of explosions in orbit at current rates, as well the adherence by constellations to the minimum desirable post-mission disposal success rate, and as well the continuation of the currently estimated post-mission disposal success rate for all other objects. With this hypothesis, this scenario shows at the end that we go to a stable environment, which is explained by collision rates that increase exponentially. Actually, these current mitigation guidelines are limited. They do not fully capture the sustainability aspect and the effect of large constellations. The effect of mitigation guidelines with the creation of sustainable activities can only be analyzed by the use of the space debris environment evolutional models, and as well complemented by different ways to be compliant, such as the active removal of artificial objects. So currently, we are still working on these different mitigation measures and other aspects as well under the Space Safety Program of ESA. So this program aims at mitigating and preventing the different effect of hazards from solar activity, from asteroids, and from space debris in order to protect our planet, its inhabitants, and also the vital infrastructure. And this program also helps to ensure the cyber resilience of Europe and enhance Europe's civil capacity to secure communication, Earth observation services, and for the disaster management as well. And this program has been divided into 3 pillars, which are the space weather, planetary defense, and space debris. So to conclude, we can say that space debris is a problem that is caused by space activities, and it's a growing threat to our current utilization of space, but also in the future. We don't see this as a risk immediately as individual, but is actually impacting the critical services and the observations, as you have noticed from your side. And it's a significant, costly, and gives issue in terms of safety in our today's spacecraft operations. And we have cataloged space debris, modeled and predicted the environment with enormous effort. And then it's also subject to important coordinated mitigation measures at the international level. So in the very near future, we can see this revolution in space traffic management. And that calls for stronger regulations and advanced technologies, and as well as standardization on the space traffic coordination. And we need also to take into account the astronomical community. We need to reinforce together the mitigation guidelines, the applications, and other possible ways for more sustainable space and astronomical activities, especially when looking at the Earth's orbital environment as a finite resource. And in particular, you have seen through the slides the collateral effect of the large constellations in space debris environments, which has been predicted to be drastically worse over time. So therefore, the new large constellations must have a very high level of compliance in order to avoid large effects on the space debris environments, and also to preserve quieter and darker skies as much as possible. At the end, we see that there are still many things to be done. So I think we understand that it's time to act. And I would like to end this talk by just give a notice to the students that we regularly organize a master workshop. So if you want to expand your knowledge on how to predict space debris environments, the next event will be the 23rd and 24th of June. So it is a workshop that requires abstract submission, but the deadline has been extended by 2 weeks because we're supposed to be at the end of this day. So thank you very much. And that's all for me.
Thank you very much, Hélène. We have, I think, a couple of minutes before the next talk. Perhaps you could take one question, Martin, if you would like to select a question to ask Hélène.
Right. Okay, so Gary Hunt was saying, thank you, Hélène. This is a very interesting and informative presentation. Have you also researched the corresponding increase in ambient skylight pollution due to the increase in objects and space debris? As I understand it, a recent RAS paper has estimated an estimated 10% increase. If so, would there be a statistical prediction for the increase of ambient light pollution against the amount of assets stroke debris? He goes on, as part of your research, do you also take into account the impact of upper atmospheric pollution, e.g. aluminium particulates from re-entry and deorbiting assets and debris?
Okay, thank you, Gary. So this is really an interesting aspect. Actually, but it's unfortunately quite recent and quite new from our side. We know that there is this effect that we should tackle and study. For the moment, I believe that there's no much that has been done. I don't know if Thomas has an idea from his side, because he's also from the operations, but for the moment, I know that we have discussed already, but this is quite new for the moment.
I think actually that's the subject of quite a lot of Aaron Boley's talk after the next break.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Hélène. And we move on now to Thomas Ormston. And I'll just pass you straight over to Thomas, Flying Through Polluted Skies. Thank you, Thomas.
Helps if I unmute myself. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you can see my presentation there. And let's get the flags and the title up. Thank you very much Paul, and thank you for having me. And thank you, Hélène, for that very good introduction. We have, as an operator, I'll tell you a bit about what I do during the talk, but we have endless respect for our colleagues that work with space debris, because they're the ones that keep us safe in orbit. And that's a bit about what I'm going to talk about today. It's going to be about a 20-minute break from astronomy. Although I love amateur astronomy, I'm going to tell you what life is like as the other affected party by megaconstellations and the increase of space debris. Of course, you see it from your perspective as astronomers, and I see it from my perspective as a spacecraft operator, where this is an ever-present threat for the satellites that we operate. So a little bit about who I am and why this matters to me. My name's Thomas. I'm the Deputy Spacecraft Operations Manager for the Copernicus Sentinel-1 mission. That's the very lovely spacecraft. Of course, I'm biased on the picture there. And we're one of Europe's flagship Earth observation missions. So we provide free and open data about our planet, not just Sentinel-1, but the other Sentinel missions, to help with all sorts of things, agriculture, safety of life in terms of emergency management, flooding, fires, earthquakes. We're typically one of the first to respond to those kinds of things with the disaster relief efforts on the ground, but also businesses, resources, looking for ships and polluters. There's a huge spectrum of work that the data from these satellites produces. Now, the reason I mention all of this is because you should always have that in mind when we talk about interrupting our mission and things like that. When we talk about the impacts of space debris, you've got to remember that this mission relates to people on the ground. It's not just whizzy space stuff, although it is, but it has a real impact to people. If we can't provide our data, that might mean that somebody in a situation subjected to flooding or earthquake damage is not getting the data that they need to help them on the ground. So I'm very proud to fly that mission, and yes, I have a huge interest in keeping it safe. That's my job. I work in a room like the one behind me, or the same picture, I think, in the picture there on the screen. That's actually the main control room at the European Space Operations Center here in Darmstadt, Germany. which is the mission control for Europe and the European Space Agency. I've actually been flying Earth observation missions for 10 years now. I've been 17 years at the agency. And over that time, I've flown over 20 collision avoidance maneuvers and dealt with many more close approaches where we didn't have to maneuver on several different missions, including Sentinel-1. And I've also flown just about the only ESA collision avoidance around another planet. Before working in Earth observation, I used to work for Mars Express, which is Europe's first Mars mission. And we actually had to do a collision avoidance with another spacecraft called Mars Global Surveyor in orbit around Mars, which was an interesting experience. As for Sentinel-1A, the spacecraft you see there, we hold 2 space debris records for an ESA spacecraft. We performed the earliest collision avoidance maneuver in our mission. Just 36 hours after we launched, we got an alert that we'd launched into the path of another object. The launcher actually underperformed and put us into the path of an object. And so we had to scramble. We weren't due to have any maneuvering capability on the spacecraft by that point in the timeline. So we had to rush and scramble to get the engines fired up as quickly as we can and get out the way. The other record that we hold is that we're the only ESA spacecraft who've actually taken a hit from space debris and survived. So we feel pretty tough. You can actually see it. We're very lucky that this one spacecraft, most don't, has a camera on the outside pointing along its solar panel. And you can see there in the right image, the 40-centimeter dent in our solar panel that was left by an object probably about 1 centimeter. So really quite small, completely untracked. We had no idea it was coming. All we knew is that one day we got a mysterious drop in power and a little wobble of the spacecraft. And then by tracing it back, could we work out that, oh my gosh, we were actually hit by something. It actually generated several fragments. Those are tracked. Bits of the back of our solar panel are also floating around in our orbit. The solar power decrease wasn't too bad. Ultimately, it was a curiosity rather than a catastrophic event for us. However, you can see the place where this picture was taken from, the body of the spacecraft, is only about 1.5 meters away from that impact crater. And if that object had passed through the body of the spacecraft, we would not have a Sentinel-1A anymore. So we were extremely, extremely lucky with this. But it's just a reminder of what's up there. But I'm going to talk mostly today about what a collision avoidance maneuver is, and I'm going to take you through how we do one. And for operating satellites like mine, these are the only risk mitigation measure we have against mission loss. You can put coatings and shieldings and things like that. They'll help stop surfaces degrading, maybe help with the little stuff, but they're not going to save your mission. The only way at the moment to save your mission, if you're confronted with a piece of space debris, is to get out of the way of it. And as has been said already today, with the environment that we have at the moment, this is a key routine task for any operator in low Earth orbit. It's no more a special activity. It's our bread and butter life. And a collision avoidance maneuver is fundamentally composed of these different bits, and I'll go through them. The detection of the object and the alert to us as operators, the analysis, the coordination, and the decision on whether we move, the designing and preparing of the maneuver, and executing the maneuver. And just before I go through, just some terminology that you might hear me say or hear flying around. A CAM is a collision avoidance maneuver. In America, they call it debris avoidance maneuver, DAM. We feel that's a little bit egotistical because it assumes that everything out there is debris, which it isn't. I'll get onto that in a bit. The target in any conjunction, so this is another term I've got there. The conjunction is actually what we call 2 objects passing close by each other. The target is my spacecraft, and what we call the chaser is the object that's coming at us, which could be debris or it could be another active spacecraft. Now, how we know what's out there, Hélène touched a little bit on this, and this is a slide that she made, which I thought was so nice. I wanted to present it, showing you the difference in size along the bottom there of an object. Now, anything on the left of this in the micrometer range, we definitely can't track from ground, although we can use sensors to work out what the population is like statistically. It's also not a big danger for us. It'll degrade surfaces and things like that, but it won't kill your spacecraft. On the right is the stuff that definitely will kill your spacecraft. Anything bigger than 1 centimeter has the ability to completely end your mission. And luckily, we've got quite a lot of good tracking of that, although that could always be better. Space surveillance and tracking is a big area at the moment, watching these objects, spotting them in orbit, and then deriving orbits for them so that they can be tracked and monitored. The big red blob in the middle is the one that keeps us awake at night, particularly if you fly in the higher orbits, because you see as you go higher, the y-axis here is effectively orbital height from LEO up to GEO. The higher you go, the more blind you are to bigger objects. And this lethal population of red objects are things that are up there, but we have no idea that they're there. We can't track them. Ultimately, that 1 centimeter thing that hit us with Sentinel-1A belongs to this red population. And as I said, it could have killed us, and we can't see it because our space surveillance and tracking just isn't up to the task of monitoring those tens of thousands of small pieces, because that's an incredibly difficult task to do. We're helped at ESA, at least, and by same as many other operators, by the prime provider of this data, which is the US Space Surveillance Network, run by the US Space Force. They actually have the best tracking equipment that's out there, although there are some companies like Leo Labs that are beginning to enter the game in doing their own space surveillance tracking. We also have efforts in Europe as well, but the most complete network is from the Americans. You can see that they've got sites all the way across the world. In the UK, the famous one is Fylingdales. And if you know anything about Fylingdales, you'll guess why America has such a good space surveillance network. In fact, the original aim of a lot of these sensors was to detect very small things flying fast in space, but usually things that you expected to fall on your head and go bang. These were ballistic missile tracking systems originally, but they also happen to be very good at detecting objects in space. Now, of course, we've also got specialist sensors specifically dedicated to space surveillance and tracking. And the US Space Force provide this for free. It's a wonderful service they provide, partly because they see it as part of their national defense. Any fragmentation in orbit, any collision between two objects, even if they're your enemy's spacecraft, causes clouds of debris, which your spacecraft then have to fly through. So that's one of the reasons they provide this data, but you are also somewhat at their whim, which is the situation that we're in. Luckily, they're very good partners, and we're very grateful to have them feeding us the data, because it's critical to have very accurate and well-tracked information about what's up there. And I'll show you why as we go forward. So what happens when we get a collision alert? Well, as was mentioned in, I think, the SpaceX talk, there are screenings that take place multiple times a day. And this is where you look at that catalog and you look at where you are and you see, is something coming towards you? And if something's coming towards you, then this can generate an alert. Now, every object, and I'll get onto that on the next slide, has uncertainties, both due to the quality of the tracking and also how far you've propagated that orbit. And we call this covariance, this uncertainty. I'll show you that in a minute. What it all boils down to is that a probability of collision called PCOL is calculated. And that's one of the key metrics that's given to us as operators, is we get told what the probability of collision of a given conjunction event is. Now, the thresholds for when we act on this are very different depending on what your mission is, what your needs are, what your capabilities are. We follow a standard definition at ESA, although it is not by any means globally standardized or based on analysis as such. It's relatively arbitrary, but we say that any alert with a probability of collision of 1 × 10⁻⁵, so 1 in 100,000, we consider to be 1 in 10,000, we consider to be worth alerting. That's when we'll take notice and start watching the event. Anything below that, we ignore. Anything greater than a 1 in 1,000 risk of collision is when we say, right, that's our threshold for actually maneuvering, firing up the thrusters and getting out of the way. And we'll typically get these warnings about 2 to 3 days before a conjunction. This is a sort of middle ground where the uncertainties are low enough that you can start to make predictions, but we still have to track the event because there's still quite a lot of evolution that can happen between then and the event. The warnings come in an internationally standardized format called a conjunction data message, or a CDM, which captures all of the necessary details and allows different people, like with us, we've got the Americans telling us information about what they believe to be a space debris incident or alert, and we can all speak the same language because we all have a standard format. Now, when I talk about uncertainties and the analysis of the conjunction, this is where it gets really tricky. And this is where it's not as simple as some people think, that something's coming at you, so you dodge out the way, job done. It's a pretty easy flow chart. Do I move? Yes, no, go for lunch. It's not that easy because of these uncertainties. What we have is we have the last tracked or known orbit of objects, and that's propagated forward to the point of conjunction. And that uncertainty increases. I think someone touched on it earlier, the longer you propagate. And the main reason for this is uncertainty because of the atmospheric drag. So there is atmosphere still up at the orbits that we fly at. And when this drag changes, it changes your position. Now, if the drag increases slightly, this can move you hundreds of kilometers away from an impact point in your along track direction by slowing you down ever so slightly every orbit. And the thing that influences this is the solar conditions. So with solar maximum coming up, that's tough because it increases the atmospheric drag, but increased atmospheric drag isn't the biggest problem of solar maximum. The variability is the big problem because that boosts your uncertainty. If a solar flare happens or not, if conditions change, and during solar maximum, the conditions are much more variable, where you predicted an object would be a day or 2 days in advance could be vastly far further away from where it actually is. And if I click through this, which is not, yes, there we go. And we represent these uncertainties as these sort of ellipses along the orbit of the spacecraft. And you can see they're kind of stretched out, and they're not a globe, not a sphere around the object, the target and the chaser there. You see the target has a much smaller ellipse. That's quite common because we know where we are very well. My spacecraft's got GPS sensors on board, so we can tell very precisely where we are. And so we can tell you right now exactly where we are and then propagate from now. The chaser, though, that we only knew where it was last time one of those sensors spotted it from the US surveillance network. And that could be 2 or 3 days ago. So you're not just propagating from now until a collision 2 or 3 days in the future. You're propagating from when it was last seen. So you may be propagating now 4 or 5 days ahead of where you last saw it, which increases this uncertainty. The geometry of the event also matters. For example, what we call the radial miss distance, the distance above or below you it is, that for us is the key parameter because that's the least sensitive to drag. Even if you get a lot of drag, you won't drop the spacecraft by that much. And that's also why if you've got a head-on collision, that's a bit more scary for us, or chasing collision, because in that case, it doesn't matter if you speed up or slow down, you're going to encounter each other at some point. With a crossing collision like the one here, if you're slowed down a little bit, then you might arrive at the impact point 20 seconds later and the chase has already gone past you. So there's a lot of things to take into account when you're predicting where these things are going to go and where you're deciding, do we move, don't we move, how risky is this collision? And often you need to take into account all of this because just boiling it down to that one probability number is not always sufficient. So if we decide, yes, we need to move, those uncertainties have shown us that we're within those uncertainty ellipses, it's too dangerous, we need to do something. Then we need to make some decisions. First of all, which way do we go? Now, people think about left and right. It's actually usually up or down because those are our ability. We can go up by firing the thrusters behind us, what we call a prograde, or down is a retrograde, where we drop our orbit to go above or below the collision point. We get wonderful graphs like this from our space debris office. You can see here, this is a real graph from a collision conjunction. We didn't collide, don't worry, about 2 weeks ago, where you have along the x-axis there how much delta V, how big a burn we would do, and then the actual risk of collision on the y-axis there. And you can see here that the green dots, which is an upward maneuver, actually does a bit better at reducing our risk of collision than the purple dots, which are down. Now, this depends on a lot of things, whether the object's above you or below you, and whether the object's above you or below you can even change during the lead up to the conjunction, because as I said, you're operating in a cloud of uncertainty. You don't know where it is, and that uncertainty can often be both above and below you. So it's not always easy to say, oh, I always go up or I always go down. And this is where when people say, oh, we should have standard rules like at sea or whatever, you always go left, you always go right, you always go up, you always go down. it's a lot more complicated than that. It's not unsolvable, but it is more complicated. You also have design constraints from your spacecraft. What can your spacecraft do? We have a problem on Sentinel-1 that our thrusters can't fire for as long as they're meant to. We can only fire them for a few seconds at a time before they bounce off the solar array and start twisting our spacecraft in a way that it shouldn't happen. It's a design flaw, unfortunately, of our spacecraft, and we've learned to live with it. But it means that we have to spend quite a long time maneuvering if we want to get a significant delta V, so a significant raise in our orbit or drop in our orbit. And there are all sorts of other things. Maybe you can only maneuver at certain points near the equator or near the poles because of your power system. There's all sorts of different things with the spacecraft design that you have to take account of. And that's one area where, for example, when SpaceX were talking about their collision avoidance ability, it does depend a lot on your spacecraft and its mission as to how easy it is to maneuver. For us, it's actually really quite challenging. You also have this point, and this is an article which is was published, one of several. It was quite a famous conjunction that I was actually involved in as well, where we had our Aeolus spacecraft. You see the picture there, had a conjunction alert with a Starlink spacecraft. It's the one time I'm aware of where we've had an actual collision avoidance with a Megaconstellation spacecraft. And we had a big problem here because most of the time, statistically, you saw on Helene's graph, most stuff out there is junk. So most of the time, you're not really worried about what it's going to do. It's just going to follow the laws of physics, and you've got to get out of its way. But a small fraction of the time, and these are the interesting ones, you end up with what we call an active chaser, where it's actually a spacecraft that someone else is controlling. And at that point, you need to coordinate with them, and that proves constantly difficult. And I'll mention something about it later, but basically we are at the level, some operators, we know very well how to contact them. Most operators, we Google them and try and give them a call and see if we can get through to them. And I have endless examples of times when we've had to dig out operators. I know one of our collisions at the end of last year was with a Algerian CubeSat, their first satellite, which couldn't maneuver, but we called them and we said, look, can you maneuver or not? And they were a bit scared that our giant 3-ton radar satellite was bearing down on them, but all we needed to know was that they can't maneuver. So they're once again following these laws of physics, and we say, don't worry, we'll get out the way. In this case, we were a bit worried because we knew that SpaceX spacecraft have this autonomous collision avoidance behavior, but we didn't understand how it would work, when it would make a decision, and how it would move. And we were worried that if we moved, it might move in the same direction autonomously, and then we would be back where we started. And unfortunately, there was a bug in their email system, so they never got our messages. And in the end, we decided to move to be safe. But it was a bit of a stab in the dark, and we were a bit scared about that one, and continue to be when it comes to active spacecraft. And then finally, you've got a nice timeline from one of our spacecraft there. How long is it going to take you? This does actually take work to prepare, and you only see your spacecraft to command it. Occasionally, we see our spacecraft 3 times a day. So when is your next opportunity to be able to send this maneuver to the spacecraft? Can you get it on board on time? So it gets even more complicated, but that's just to give you a flavor of what goes into planning this. What we actually have to do to do this, to these activities, to build it, takes place, as I say, about 3 to 24 hours before the conjunction. 3 hours is about the fastest we've ever done with an emergency. Sometimes we've managed to do it a bit more slowly, which is usually what we do. But first thing you need to do is analyze what thruster firings you need. As I mentioned, how do you fire your thrusters, and design a new orbit that takes you clearly and safely out of the way. Another critical thing to do, though, is to screen this new orbit, something people don't always appreciate. Okay, I'm getting out of the way. Hooray, I've dodged this piece of space junk, but you need to check that where you're going doesn't have another piece of space junk in the way as well. So that screening is an essential step in the process to make sure that you're not inadvertently going to make things worse. You then need to generate the actual commands that are going to tell the spacecraft what you do. We have to, as I mentioned, send them to the spacecraft. And finally, we have to inform the users about the outage. Here's a message from a collision alert in April that we sent, where we had to tell these people that might be waiting for critical agriculture data or disaster recovery that it's not coming. There's nothing we can do either. We can't reschedule it or shift it around because the time warning we get for these collision alerts is just too short. And then finally, you get the actual execution. And if you see, this is a lovely video. I think Hélène posted the link. This is part of our Time to Act video, which I can thoroughly recommend watching. It tells you a lot about what we do on space debris. But I was very pleased because they picked my spacecraft Sentinel-1 as the example in this video. And you see here, as we swing around, we'd have to turn our payload off. So we do lose data because of this. That's because of the design of our spacecraft. And we fire our thrusters. In this case, we're firing them against the direction of flight, so we're going down. And thankfully, we safely have a piece of debris sail past above us. We're still talking only hundreds or even tens of meters here. And there it goes. So what are the impacts of collision avoidance to us as space operators? And they're not necessarily what people think. Everyone thinks of fuel, but actually I've put these here, tried to show that the one at the top is actually the most important impact, which is mission interruption. These maneuvers can mean that we have to suspend the spacecraft's activities. Changing our orbit might mean we're not in the right place to do the activities that we're meant to do. And the exact impact is hugely dependent on the design and the mission of the spacecraft. As the speaker from Starlink mentioned, for them, they err on the side of caution and always maneuver. And I would do too if I had their spacecraft. Their spacecraft don't really care about being in a slightly different orbit. And the way a communications payload like that works usually isn't interrupted by thruster firings or anything like that. They've also got electric propulsion on board that helps them do that. So their mission is not very sensitive. So of course you err on the side of caution. With us, because we've got a very large sensitive science payload doing these synthetic aperture radar measurements, we have to turn it off and we have to make changes when we do the collision avoidance. And that means there is an interruption in our service, and that can have, as I mentioned, real safety of life impacts to people on Earth. So it's not just a decision about space debris, but about what's going to happen with our interruption. Now, the more collision alerts we have, the more problems we have with mega constellations and things like that, the more mission interruptions we're going to have. So, and it's going to get to a point where this really begins to affect how much time we spend actually delivering the service that we're there for, and how much time we spend just avoiding things. There's also a question of effort here. The analysis and the preparation of these activities, as you see, it's a significant amount of work. Hélène mentioned this. This must be always ready there. We can introduce automation, but this is challenging and also expensive to put in. So this is a significant amount of cost and resources that goes into managing this problem. And then finally, down the bottom there, we've got consumables, which is our fuel use. Luckily, we've got loads of fuel on board on Sentinel-1, so it's not the biggest problem. But yes, you do have depletion of consumables, depletion of your fuel supplies and things like that as an impact of this. I've got my last slide, which I'm going to go through quickly because I know I'm just at the end of my time. And I wanted to look at what the future developments could be in this area. And actually, there are three big areas I wanted to highlight. And they all support each other. If you do one, it helps the other two, and vice versa. So one is automation, particularly for large constellations. And you saw from the talk earlier from Starlink that they're doing this. You might need some element of artificial intelligence because, as I said, these are not straightforward decisions to make. It's a very high stakes game. So you need to have a system that you really, really trust. But automating this process would help reduce the effort there. Space traffic management, which I think is going to be the next talk, so you'll hear a lot about it, would mean we coordinate with each other and adopt rules of the road so we know what to do when we face a conjunction with an active operator. But universally adopting these, getting everybody around the world in space to all agree to this is very, very challenging, especially when, as you see at the moment, we have enough problems just working out who to call in one of these events. And finally, you've got design changes of the spacecraft themselves, designing the payloads to be able to stay on when these things happen, introducing more fuel on board, maybe onboard autonomy like Starlink have for avoiding collisions and things like that. These are all possible to help your spacecraft fly in a heavy debris environment, but it all comes at a cost, a trade-off in your design. So unfortunately, I have no silver bullet or answer to the problem, but I hope I've told you a little bit more about what we're facing from the operations side. If you've got any questions, I think we've got a slot for questions after the next talk. And if you want to follow us, I would strongly encourage you to follow us on our social media channels and keep an eye on what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Are you going to be around for the Q&A?
Yes, of course, I will
That'd
be.
be great. Wonderful. Okay, so our next speaker, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Stuart Eves. Stuart, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let's try that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Screen
Yep.
now.
We've got that. Yes.
Great stuff. So I'm one of the coordinators of the Gnosis Space Sustainability Network, and I had a book published entitled Space Traffic Control back in 2017. I draw the distinction in terms of space traffic control as a legally enforceable international set of regulations, as opposed to space traffic management, which in my parlance is the sort of set of voluntary agreements that we currently have at the moment on things like getting satellites out of orbit within 25 years of the end of their mission, and that sort of graveyarding activity that happens in higher orbits. So I believe that the history of sort of maritime law and air traffic control demonstrates that we will eventually need to enter a legally enforceable regime here. So it's quite a broad topic, in my view. It has a number of different, sort of aspects to it. And we've heard references already to the importance of measuring solar activity, as well as understanding the active satellites and the space debris, and even the natural meteoroid and asteroid population may become a relevant feature. But I don't think it's too hard to make a case for actually having to do this, because space is increasingly part of a critical infrastructure. Some people make reference to critical national infrastructure. In the case of space, I think it's critical international infrastructure. If you think about systems like the navigation system GPS, or some of the functions that Sentinel-1 that Thomas was talking about they're provided globally, and lots and lots of different people take advantage of them. So it's an international problem in need of an international solution. So we're talking about mega constellations. I know that David earlier said that he didn't particularly like the term mega constellations, and I think he's probably right in the sense that the prefix mega implies that we're dealing with systems involving 10 to the 6 objects, which is clearly not the case. What we are dealing with is constellations involving hundreds to thousands of satellites, and to be more mathematically correct, perhaps we should use the prefix for 10 to the 3, which is killer, and perhaps a number of astronomers on the meeting would think that killer constellations is a more appropriate term. So the illustration on the right tries to explain why these constellations have to be so large. So what it's illustrating are the actual effective footprints of the OneWeb network. If you actually put a satellite at the OneWeb altitude, it can see a much bigger spot on the Earth than is illustrated here. So what it tells you is that the satellite is concentrating its attention on the point immediately below it on the Earth. And the reason that it's only providing a service to a limited footprint is that they are trying to achieve very high data rates to relatively small terminals, and therefore the satellite has to work relatively hard to make the link budget work at those sorts of data rates. So it has to concentrate its energy on a relatively small footprint. Otherwise, it'll get overwhelmed by the data rates that it has to support. And as a result, you need a much larger mega constellation than was historically the case for some of the systems that Andy mentioned earlier, like Iridium and Global Star and Orbcom, their satellite numbers were all less than 100, and that's because their satellites supported much bigger footprints on the Earth. So there are some guidelines that exist for disposing of satellites at the end of their missions, but you can tell you've got a genuine problem when you even start to appear in Dilbert cartoons. And if I give you just a moment to admire that cartoon, but I hope you'll agree that this is not the future we want. And it isn't just the mega constellations that are the problem, as Hélène explained earlier. The debris population is an issue too, and it's an issue not just for optical astronomers, but for the radio astronomy community. This is a picture of the Murchison radio array in Australia. It was used in a bistatic experiment where they tuned into the frequency of a terrestrial FM radio station and saw the signals from that radio station being bounced off the International Space Station, which demonstrates the potential issue that you have with, sort of inadvertent signal reflections, and the problem that we potentially face in the radio astronomy community in the future is that as the square kilometre array gets developed, the sensitivity of that instrument is such that it will potentially be able to detect objects as small as 0.5 metre in size. So you won't just get signals reflected off the really big stuff like the International Space Station. Even the small stuff is a sufficiently large reflector to cause a problem for the square kilometre array. So, is anywhere now radio quiet, in that you could have radio stations over the horizon that are causing you interference. This plot talks about the issue of debris evolution. It's similar to one of the plots that Hélène mentioned earlier, so I won't talk about the sort of presumptions behind it. I think Hélène covered that. One of the things I would like to emphasize, though, and this was true of Hélène's plot as well, is that there's a sort of ripple on the extrapolations of the debris population, and you might wonder what that ripple is. Well, it's clearly periodic, and the periodicity is the solar activity cycle. So when the sun is most active, it increases the size of the atmosphere. That causes more drag on the debris in low Earth orbit, and some of it re-enters. So the sun is actually helping us by naturally clearing out some of the debris that we've put in orbit. The reason that you can see it's all a very interconnected problem is that if you're from the astronomy community, the chances are that you'll have heard of the Maunder minimum, a period of about 70 years lasting from around 1650 to 1720, where the sun was considerably less active. There were very few sunspots, and although we had no satellites in orbit at that time, obviously, what we believe is that that lack of solar activity would have meant that the atmosphere would have been tightly crunched around the planet and not generating a lot of drag for anything that might have been in low Earth orbit at the time. So you can see that in the future, if we go into another Maunder minimum scenario, the help that we get from the sun won't be available potentially, and then our debris population will extrapolate forward even faster. Now, there are obviously a lot of debris removal technologies that have been proposed. This is deliberately a very busy slide, because every time I hear about a new debris removal technology, I get a picture of it, I add it to this slide, and I squeeze all the others up to make room. Why am I doing this? Well, the reason is that there are so many suggestions, because almost as soon as somebody proposes a way of getting debris out of orbit, which is a challenging technical problem, somebody almost inevitably comes along and points out how this particular technique is only suitable for some subset of the debris population, or that it won't work at all for some reason. And so people keep trying to come up with effective and efficient ways of getting stuff out of orbit. And It's a challenging technical problem, but there are other challenges that we face. One is that the politics is quite hard. If you want to remove somebody else's object, there was a reference to some of the space legislation earlier, but objects belong to the nations that launch them in perpetuity. So if it's not your object, you have no legal right to go and attempt to remove it. You would have to get the agreement of the owner. There's a fairly significant financial engineering challenge in that this is one of the traditional tragedy of the commons type problems, that nobody really wants to pay for the cleanup operation. And the further political hurdle is that most of these technologies look like space weapons in the wrong hands. And so there's considerable nervousness about some of the concepts like grapplers and things that might start to interfere with satellites that don't want to be interfered with. There are some practical trials being taken place. ESA has done a mission that tested out a net and a harpoon concept. A company called Astroscale is working with OneWeb, as Maurizio mentioned earlier, with an electromagnetic system, and there are drag sails and other boom related concepts that have been tested in orbit. So not all of the technologies on the last slide have actually sort of made it into orbit yet, but there are at least the first steps in trying to deal with non-cooperative objects. But it's quite a challenging problem. So if I offered you a debris removal satellite, you might start to wonder about what criteria you would apply to choose the target object that you might want to get out of orbit. If I offered that system to somebody in the European Space Agency, it's a sporting chance they might choose the Envisat satellite. It's between 6 and 7 tons of non-responsive ESA satellite that's a source of some embarrassment at the moment. There are concerns that some of it might actually make it through the atmosphere when it finally re-enters. So how would you choose which object to bring down? Would you choose the ones with the highest mass? Would you choose ones that weren't tumbling because they'd be easier to get hold of? The other challenges associated with the ownership. I mean, one of the analyses that's been done is that some of the large Russian rocket bodies are the most hazardous objects in Earth orbit at the moment because they're quite massive and there are quite a lot of them up there that could collide with one another. But if this is not a Russian mission to do the deorbit, then potentially you've got to overcome political hurdles as well. And getting the object deep enough into the atmosphere to try and ensure that it burns up over a non-populated area is also a challenge. So you want to put the perigee of your disposal orbit at quite a low altitude, and for a large object that's often quite hard to achieve. Is there potentially an upside to space debris? Well, this cartoonist came up with one possible upside, but unfortunately reversing global warming by filling the sky with junk is not going to work. But there may be a genuine upside to dealing with the space debris problem. So one of the things that we might have to implement as space infrastructure in order to achieve this has been christened an necropolis, a space junkyard effectively. It's a concept due to a couple of my colleagues at the British Interplanetary Society, Roger Longstaff and Mark Hempsell. And their idea is a satellite with a deployable structure to which you attach defunct satellites. So rather than deorbiting them or moving them into a graveyard orbit, you attach them to this managed structure. And that would potentially be able to passivate the satellites that were being attached to it with robotics, and possibly even able to process the materials delivered to it. At which point you start to have the opportunity for recycling stuff in orbit. And there are a couple of companies that are trying to develop that sort of technology. There's companies in both Germany and Luxembourg that are working on this, and also an ambitious company in Australia that's looking to develop an electric propulsion system that uses the sort of metals like aluminium that you find in satellites as a source of propellant. So the idea is that you ionize the metal. That's harder to do than it sounds, but you can then accelerate it out the back end of the spacecraft, rather as the existing electric propulsion systems do, by passing the ions through an electromagnetic field, and you've got a propulsion system. And if you don't want to go to that sort of level of complexity, it may also be possible to just put any old debris into a mass driver and fire it out of your spacecraft in order to change your orbit and deorbit the debris at the same time. So at this point, space debris possibly becomes a resource as well as a hazard. One of the things that we will have to get right if we go down this route is the legal implications, because obviously if you start interacting with pieces of debris, the owners might give you permission, but as soon as you've interacted with it, the orbit of the object in question is as a result of what you've done to it, not what the owner did to it. So some sort of legal transfer of responsibility is probably going to be necessary. We'll also need to understand the legal status of a lot of what I've called here unclaimed debris. I've also referred to it as grey debris because I can't think of a better name. But the idea is that there's a lot of stuff in orbit at the moment that we don't know where it originally came from. It's relatively small in most cases. It's obviously been up there a long time, and we can't extrapolate its orbit back to an original fragmentation or collision event that would have generated it in the first place. So there is junk up there that we don't know. It doesn't have a national flag on it. We don't know who to blame. We're going to have to come to a legal regime to establish how we deal with that sort of material as well, if we're going to get into space salvage. So some of the things that I think we're going to need for space traffic control relate to improved space situation awareness, as has been pointed out by Hélène and Thomas just now. We need to track the smaller objects. Most of the catalogue at the moment is objects that are 10 centimetres in size and larger. We definitely need to get that down to about 1 centimetre in size, and some people in the insurance industry would like us to get down to 1 millimetre in size. When you're trying to deal with objects that small, I would suggest that trying to track stuff from the ground is difficult, and that the answer might be to go into orbit. We certainly need to track things more frequently, and we need to do improved space weather monitoring, because as Thomas pointed out, at the moment, he's typically working with warning times that are too short. We want to be able to extrapolate satellite orbits further forward than we can at the moment. Typically, we can manage 2 to 3 days. We need to be able to do better than that so that people have more warning. We can highlight the objects that are potentially involved in the conjunction and concentrate tracking coverage on them so that we can get better orbits and reduce the error ellipsoids around them, so that we can determine whether we actually need to maneuver or not. And then, as Thomas pointed out, have time to actually get the commands into our satellites to get them out of the way of the debris that we definitely feel we need to avoid. Encouragingly, there are improvements taking place. The US have recently fielded a large new radar on an island called Kwajalein in the Pacific. We think it's going to get down to about 1 centimetre objects when it's fully operational, although that data hasn't yet started to find its way into the public catalogues. And there's an increasing amount of commercial activity that's supporting some of these improvements as well. So companies that have already had a mention, like Leo Labs and a company called ExoAnalytic that's developed a large telescope network for doing almost video-like surveillance of geostationary orbit for about 18 hours a day. They're making a contribution too. But it's more than just tracking. We are going to have to start measuring other parameters of spacecraft, like their ballistic coefficients, i.e. their area to mass ratio, their albedo or reflectivity, their radar cross-section, etc., in order to have an efficient system. And we need to understand the materials that they're made of as well, so that we can predict their re-entries better than we currently do. So industry has a lot of data that it can potentially contribute, as was pointed out earlier by David. Starlink collect a lot of data on their own orbits. We need to feed their data into the catalogs so that we've got that information available. And satellites experience things like drag. So if you measure the drag on a satellite in a particular orbit, you have an in situ up-to-date measurement of what the sun and the Earth's atmosphere are doing to that satellite's orbit. So you could potentially extrapolate that to, well, it must be doing the same sort of things to any debris that's in a similar sort of orbit. So you can actually do a better job of predicting the debris population's behavior by actually measuring what's happening on satellites themselves. David made mention of some of the things that his company is doing to try and improve the situation. I would note that both Starlink and OneWeb are looking at getting their visual magnitudes down to about 7, which potentially deals with the problem for the human eyeball, but doesn't really address the problem for anybody with a telescope, especially in the professional astronomy community. The satellites are still much too bright for those sorts of sensors. And one of the things that David mentioned is that, his open book configuration that is illustrated on this slide does particularly reduce the signature of the satellite, but it's not actually very good for power generation. So the satellite can't stay in that sort of attitude for very long or it'll die. One of the things that Starlink did choose to do, they were originally planning to orbit at about the same altitude as OneWeb, and then they took a decision to improve their latency, one of the parameters that Andy described earlier, and came down to a much lower orbit. And that does actually mean that they spend far less time in twilight conditions, and so the amount of time that Starlink satellites are illuminated by the sun goes down quite significantly. And there are still concerns. So there was a reference earlier to the SATCON meetings that have been held to try and address this problem to some degree. And some of these plots were presented at that meeting, looking at the problem from the point of view of the Rubin telescope, previously known as LSST. There are challenges, though, for satellite operators. We don't have complete freedom about how we modify the satellites to reduce their reflectivity, because they need to achieve thermal control. You can't just paint them black, they'll overheat. And as I mentioned earlier, the satellites have a link budget to achieve, so they have to generate a certain amount of RF power to actually talk to these small terminals on the ground. And as I think you'll have probably gathered from Maurizio's comments earlier, they're not using one of the channels on their satellites because of the concerns about interference, because RF filters aren't perfect. There are a few other ideas that haven't been mentioned so far, so I thought I'd just touch on these. So for the astronomy community, it might help if the satellite operators used more optical comms links than RF links, and that is a technology that's coming forward. Electrochromic materials that change their reflectivity over time may be an alternative solution to the mirrors that were referenced earlier. And for the astronomy community, it might be the opportunity to persuade the funders of major telescope facilities to go into space more often, in that not only would you get above the atmosphere, you'd get above the satellite and debris problem too. One practical step that I wish people would actually take might actually be to formally define where space starts. There was a reference to the Outer Space Treaty earlier, but interestingly, although it has outer space in the title, it doesn't actually define where outer space is. The Kármán line, at which point sort of powered flight gives way to orbital dynamics is probably the place to start at about 100 kilometers. But even there, there isn't universal agreement. The US tends to set the threshold of space somewhat lower. So a page of conclusions. I think space traffic control is a necessity. With a space traffic control, I think the space industry stays in business. If you haven't seen the movie Wall-E, I would encourage you to take a look. But there is a scene in that film at the end where a spacecraft takes off through an enormous cloud of debris around the Earth, and that's definitely the scenario we want to avoid. And a final thought is that we do need to find some accommodation here. Satellites may be annoying to the astronomy community, but space is a key contributor to the wider environmental movement. Most of the data that we have on a global basis about the things that humankind have managed to do to the planet and causing climate change are measurements made by satellites around the globe. And, you know, if we took all the satellites away, we just wouldn't have an effective way of actually measuring what we're doing on the planet. So we need the satellites. They are worth saving, but we need to find some sort of accommodation with the space industry. And I'll finish with that slide. Thank you very much.
Okay, Stuart, thank you very much. So I think we can move now into the straight into the Q&A session, which is going to be chaired by Robert Massey from the Royal Astronomical Society. So I'll hand over to you, Robert.
Right, thank you, Paul, and thank you to all the speakers so far. I know some people have had to drop off. I'm guessing in part, at least, because the time zone difference means you're being very, very generous with your time if you connect into this meeting. So what I'm really interested in is, I think, Thomas, Stuart, Hélène and Andy in particular, although if Olivier and Harrison want to comment too, then you're very welcome to. I can see that there are various questions that have been described as answered live in the chat, and I didn't see written answers to those. So perhaps I'll take one of those to begin with while we wait for some others to come in. So from Gary Hunt here, so he praises Helene's presentation, and he talks about the increase in ambient sky pollution as a result of the increase in objects in space debris. He refers to, actually it's monthly notices, the RAS paper that described this. Any thoughts on that, anybody? I mean, actually, even if you haven't spoken so far, I mean, it was an interesting point for me. Actually, John Barentine was a co-author, and he's on later on as well, so I imagine he may have more to say about this. Who would like to go first?
I think Olivier.
If you want, I can comment a little bit, because I've been following up on John's work, and basically taking his paper as the basis. And then what I did was to grind all the expected large constellation satellites into dust. So assuming the disastrous scenario where everything collides and is ground to dust. And the effect of that would be just about detectable. So that means that because of the way the dust is spread in the sky, there would be regions in the sky, bands in the sky, where the increase of the background would be detectable. And so that's kind of interesting. So and in order to do that, I used the same size distribution as what John Barentine had used in his paper. So what does it mean? It means that we should not grind the mega constellation satellites into dust, because then they would have another effect. Just talking from the astronomy point of view, not about the disaster of making the orbit unusable. Also, something that is interesting is that the dust distribution that John had used has a very large component of very small dust. And we have not really followed up. I'm curious to see if he will present something new on that, because that very small dust is not stable. Very small dust will disappear quite quickly because of atmospheric drag, but also because of radiation pressure. Just the light from the sun will disperse that dust in a matter of days, weeks, depending on the size of the dust. But so the bottom line is the mega constellation contribute, assuming that the mega constellation contribute to the dust background without destroying them all to dust, then the effect is negligible. The effect becomes noticeable only if you destroy everything. And for the simulation, I think I use 60,000 satellites. So it's really everything. And I was grinding Starlink satellites because they're the best described.
We don't have anybody left on the call from Starlink to comment on that. Otherwise, they might take a view there, Olivier. Thomas, I can't see any more written question coming. I was going to ask you a specific one, actually, which is that obviously you're working for the European Space Agency, which has its own plans for a constellation, at least is likely to be the delivery vehicle for the European Union Plan 1. And we've been, through the European Astronomical Society, actually been corresponding with the European Commission about this and trying to put our arguments in there about safeguarding astronomy. Can you, and maybe it's a question for the wider panel as well, because it alludes probably to something that Stuart referred to about the tension between different kind of user groups and how that's resolved, because I can entirely understand why the EU thinks it's a good idea to have its own constellation and why ESA is the natural partner for that. But then how do you resolve those tensions? Because ESA is also obviously brilliant at space science and space exploration clearly as well.
Yes, I mean, definitely interested to hear what the rest of the panel have to say, but just certainly from the ESA perspective, indeed, we have a very strong cooperation with the Commission and the European Commission, and if they work with us on something like that, then I'm glad that you recognize we would be the obvious partner. I believe so too. I think what's good about us, at least, is we're also, as you say, we're the ones with the most skin in the game here. So we have a lot of space scientists. We have a lot of people working in the astronomy community. We also have, as you see with Hélène and her colleagues, some of the best space debris experts in the world working with us and things like that. So if anyone's going to do it responsibly, I hope we would be the ones to do that. And that somehow fits our mission as well, is trying to push the boundaries of technology. Now, okay, before pushing the boundaries of technology has just been what is possible. And now we need to add an extra sentence to that, which is what is possible and sustainable and not going to damage the environment that is so precious to us. So in some ways, it's a challenge. I think nothing's impossible, but it could mean indeed space traffic management solutions, looking at automation, all of these things that would have to come in, and then for sure even more things that would have to be done to address the needs of the astronomy community. So it's a challenge. That's how I would probably treat it. But I'd be interested to hear what everybody else has to say. Okay,
I'll bring in who else? Stuart, do you want to comment on that?
Just a quick comment on this one, Robert, which is that in his introduction earlier, Andy mentioned the fact that there is an international organization, the ITU, that coordinates the frequencies that are used by satellites. And in practice for geostationary satellites, that does tend to end up with a sort of geographic distinction into particular slots on the geostationary ring that allows satellites to steer clear of one another, both physically and in RF space. In low Earth orbit at the moment, the frequency coordination is a thing, but we haven't really yet grasped the nettle of saying, well, if we want to keep these mega constellations out of the way of one another, it really makes sense to assign them particular orbital altitudes to operate in so that they don't end up expending all the resources that Thomas was talking about, dodging one another. They can operate at a designated orbital altitude, and to some extent we've already seen that happening in a kind of somewhat informal way as negotiations have gone on between Starlink and Kuiper in the US about which orbital altitudes they're planning to use. But I think we could probably usefully extend that debate globally so that, for example, a planned European or a planned Chinese constellation doesn't end up, trying to occupy same physical altitudes as some of the other systems that are up there.
I mean, there's two things I observe with this. One is that, you know, there is obviously a huge push by very many governments and transnational agencies like the European Union to develop constellations, right? It's absolutely imperative for them. And the main concern of governments when they talk about sustainability is the stuff you're describing around debris. The kind of protection of astronomy, I think, is a lot lower down the list. It's comes up in passing if you're lucky, but I'm not actually sure as yet, you know, at this point, what tangible measures have been added to address that, bearing in mind, you know, the theme of today. But anyway, so I'll throw that in there. But then I can see Paul's got his hand up, but I'll take Hélène first, if that's okay, Paul, as she's spoken, and then come to you.
Okay, thanks. It's just to support what Thomas has said. Of course, we try to work on several activities in different aspects. So he said automation of collision avoidance, for example. There's also then I mentioned also one of the in the comments on the question and answers chat. The demonstration of actively remove artificial objects as well. And then in terms of regulation, because we noticed that there is still a gap between the actual problems that we are facing now with respect to what we have implemented in the standardization. So now we try to push forward to this aspect of sustainability. So there has been already some movements to implement, for example, the space sustainability rating to really promote good behaviors for people to create the satellites, but following the different requirements and mitigation guidelines. And also another new aspect about space environment capacity that also connects to this sustainability targets. So just to mention about regulation part, because hasn't been clearly mentioned here.
Paul?
Hi, thanks. I can't ask questions in the Q&A, so I'm using panelist privilege here to jump in. As we have more and more satellites in low Earth orbit, I think Jonathan McDowell said that the risk of collision goes up as the square of the number of satellites in orbit.
That's correct.
Which would mean also that the number of orbital maneuvers required also would go up as the square of the number of satellites in orbit. Now that will mean that the satellites will have shorter life because they're having to use resources to make those maneuvers. How will the increasing number of satellites affect the economics of space operation?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good question, Paul, and it comes back to this issue that I mentioned just now. I think that one of the things that I think national regulators should encourage anybody that applies for a license to do is to say, have you done a sort of debris survey of the orbit that you're planning to use and worked out how many times you might have to dodge stuff in that orbit? Because I don't think that's routinely done at the moment, but without wishing to cast dispersions on the Iridium constellation, the operators of Iridium were getting regular conjunction warnings for their 66 operational satellites, and quite a lot of those conjunctions were with some defunct Russian satellites that they'd, you know, chosen to orbit close to, and you know, the Iridium operators were just overwhelmed by the number of collision warnings that they were getting because they had lots of satellites and not much maneuver capability or people to actually process them. So their approach was to cross their fingers and hope that the conjunctions didn't happen. And as you saw back in 2009, that strategy stopped working for them. So you know, we want to get away from that scenario. I think we should be requiring people to have a sort of sustainability plan for their constellation before they even get a license to launch.
I would agree with you, and I think the question is how that considers, you know, how that's broad enough, actually, how it considers the interests of ground-based astronomy as well, you know, which at the moment it's sort of paid lip service to, in my view. It might be getting better. There are some opportunities for engagement, but we've still got a lot of work to do. Andy, you haven't spoken on the in the Q&A. Do you want to come in? You're muted.
Sorry, yes. A lot of this recent discussion is classic examples of externalizing costs, which I referred to, which is classic environmental problem. So, you know, who pays? Is it insurance? Or the direct liabilities? You know, this is a problem that's got to be solved. But actually, I wanted to. I think Stuart may be the best person to answer this. But the problem of interference between different commercial operators, it's not just a physical issue of collisions and therefore heights. It's about look angles from the ground. So, you know, somebody with a Starlink user terminal, some Amazon satellite flies over and suddenly your terminal goes, oh, look, there it is. And you lose connection with your Starlink signal. So in GSO, that's a relatively simple problem, and because things stay still. And so there are slots. But in low Earth orbit, presumably there has to be some kind of statistical solution to that, or again, orbit predictions, you know. This is a very tricky problem.
It is a very tricky problem. You're quite right to raise it. So because they've been up there longer at these frequency bands, some of the geostationary satellites have precedence in the ITU's view. So all the low Earth orbit operators that now want to operate at similar frequencies have to demonstrate that they're not going to cause interference. OneWeb's solution to this was that they were going to perform what they called a progressive pitch maneuver with their satellites as they went across the equator and were potentially in the line of sight between users and the geostationary satellites. I don't know how well that is actually working. I haven't seen OneWeb talk about it. Starlink's approach was much more direct. They've got potentially more satellites. So they said, we'll calculate when we might be in an unfortunate line of sight, and then we will switch off the satellite that's in essentially the wrong place in the sky, and we'll use a different satellite to support the links. And Kuiper haven't launched yet, but their proposed solution to the problem is even more complicated. What they think they're going to have to do, because obviously they're trying to not only avoid interference to the geostationary satellites, but all the other operators in low Earth orbit too, is that they've got a very sophisticated phased array on their satellite. They're going to calculate all the angles to all the satellites that they might be causing interference to, and then make sure that their antennas only generate beams in directions that don't cause interference. If you think that sounds complicated, I think that's just scratching the surface. I think that's an enormously difficult problem, and it does rely on an extraordinarily good set of data about where all the transmitting satellites are. And, you know, given that they're all maneuvering, you know, the update rate on the catalog that would be required in order to make that system work effectively is much higher than we have at the moment. As you know, was pointed out earlier, you know, the update rate on the catalog is measured in hours at the moment, and that just wouldn't be sufficient to make that work.
Well, that's very helpful, Stuart. I think a lot of that is predicated on the assumption that we know where everything is and solve this problem at an individual level. You know, but as I said, you may at the end of the day be forced to treat it as a statistical problem. And, you know, our colleague Maurizio, who's often on these sort of discussions but isn't here today, one of his favorite phrases is talking about the carrying capacity. And usually that's left a bit vague, but and I think people usually assume that's about collision danger. You know, how many can you stuff in before the Kessler syndrome? But I just have this suspicion that may actually turn out to be to do with operator interference. That it's just an unsolvable problem. There's only so many things you can stuff up there for communications reasons.
Yeah, we've seen that in geostationary orbit at various frequencies in the past, that essentially the carrying capacity of geostationary orbit at some of the lower frequencies, C-band, I mean, basically geostationary orbit got full from the C-band perspective. There was just no more slots available to put any more C-band satellites up there because they would have started to interfere with one another. So that was one of the things that drove the operators to start moving up in frequencies to find, you know, bandwidth that was available that they could use to communicate.
All right. Okay. I can see we're just running into our allotted break time now, so there is an opportunity for a second. There will be a second Q&A later on after the next set of speakers. I can see a question from Gary Hunt. I think that fits quite well, actually thinking about the roles of the ITU with Charles Mudd, who's on here later on and is a space lawyer. So thank you everybody for your contributions so far, and thank you to everybody on the webinar. And I'll drop off now, and I guess restart what, Paul, about to 3 UK time? You're muted, Paul.
Yes, that's 10 to 3 at UK time. Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you everyone. We'll see you after the break. See you at 10 to 3. I'll be back on a few minutes before that. Okay,
thank you.
So our next speaker is Aaron Boley, and I'll hand over to you, Aaron. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you to everyone for attending and your interest in this very important topic. I'm going to go ahead and begin sharing my screen. And so hopefully everyone can both see my screen and hear me well.
I can, yes.
Okay, great. So let me move this over here. So I want to talk about the industrialization of Earth's orbits and the impact that this has on the environment. And not just the space environment, but Earth's environment, because the space and the Earth environments are intricately connected in ways that I think we're appreciating more and more as we develop our connection with space further. This is 2 images here, both from Canadian observatories. This is from the Rothney Astrophysical Observatory using a wide field imaging camera. And they're trying to get this globular cluster here along with a comet. And over 2 hours, these are the streaks that develop in the images. And so when stacked together, you just get this crisscrossing pattern of satellites, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is part of a program to observe satellites, rocket bodies, and space debris. And this is an example of a Starlink satellite moving through the field of the Plaskett 1.8 meter telescope in Victoria, very close to where I am. What we have with space, our use of space, is a collective action problem. And this is a broad set of problems that we're very familiar with. And we see it in many different instances. One is with plastics in the ocean. And the basic part of the problem is that we have this conception that something is so big that what we do doesn't matter. So the oceans are big, and so big that dumping plastic is not going to be a problem. Yet it is. Climate change. The atmosphere is huge. How can our activity affect it? Yet we do, and we've seen that. And this particular disaster is very problematic because of very slow responses, a number of additional effects that are caused as a result of burning of fossil fuels. Thresholds are not immediately felt, and this then creates a class of problems known as tragedies of the commons. I'm not going to go too much into that, but this is all within the theme of that type of context, where we have many different actors contributing to the problem, and you can have some who try to work towards solving it and others who free ride, and it keeps the problem going. The ozone layer is, though, another collective action problem that saw a lot of progress. And so I like to highlight this as well as the climate change problem and the plastic in the oceans, because there was swift global action once it was demonstrated that this was a a serious issue. It led to international lawmaking with the Vienna Convention of the Protection of the Ozone Layer and the Montreal Protocol. And it really does show that these type of issues can be taken care of if we work together on it. Now, so-called new space, what we've been thinking of commercialization of space really is important to humanity. But like many other collective action problems, it is not something that we could just take for granted. And space is big, but it's not so big that what we do doesn't matter. And so we have to think about the ramifications of our use of space for the Earth's oceans, its atmospheres, and also what happens to us on Earth. And we can't do this by looking at any individual satellite, even a single constellation of satellites. And we certainly can't look at this through the lens of individual launches, which is how a lot of the discussion has been framed, although that is changing fairly recently. So you've probably seen some images like this already several times. So LEO is big, but not big enough. So what you're seeing here is the altitude above Earth's surface, and then the density of different materials, the population density. So this is the number of tracked debris per kilometer cubed within 1 kilometer bins. And that's the blue material. Red are abandoned rocket bodies in orbit. And then the green shows satellites, both active and inactive. And two things I want you to take away from this. One of them being, we have this broad distribution of debris. And this is what we see and what we know is there and what we're able to track. There's at least an order of magnitude to 2 orders of magnitude more material than what is shown here in debris. And it's this too small to be able to track. And a large fraction of that is going to what we call lethal non-trackable. So it could still cause serious damage, but you just can't reliably track it or see it at all. And then we have these big spikes. So these spikes here are where we're putting our constellations of satellites. And one thing to really take away from that is that we have decades of experience operating in space, but we do not have that much experience operating in the type of environment that we are creating right now. And this is just to show if we were to start to fill in more of these spikes with some of the planned mega constellations, what that would start to look like. And this could just keep filling in more and more if you look at what's planned. In the past year, there have been about more than 1 million satellite slots that have been filed at the ITU. So only a small fraction of them will actually come to fruition. But we're also talking about a small fraction of a very large number. And so we are seeing the rapid development of Earth's orbits. And this is what I mean by the industrialization of Earth orbits. We are consuming the Earth orbit as a resource, and we're going to use it up very rapidly. You've probably seen this cumulative growth on orbit objects. And one of the things that I want to really point out is that we have this sudden change here. There we go. This is what I wanted to point out. We have this sudden change, in which is the kind of birth of this new space, the start of the industrialization of Earth's orbits, and the creation of environments that we're unfamiliar with. But along with that, we've had this steady deposit of material in orbit. So this is the cumulative number of objects. And then the magenta is what is remaining in orbit. And then the green, importantly here, is what's re-entering. And so we have a debris that's re-entering. We have satellites that are re-entering. And we have rocket bodies that are re-entering. And this has been pretty steady, although we can expect this to also have a sudden rise as satellite constellations approach their maintenance phase rather than their construction phase. I'm going to skip that slide. It's very important, but I'm going to skip it for the sake of time. So what are the potential problems with so much material? Of course, there are many. So there's the Kessler-Core-Pillay syndrome. There's the persistent generation of small debris. So if we go back here, we have all these rocket bodies and all these satellites, many of which are dead in orbit. They have large surface areas, they have lots of mass. So this then becomes a problem that's analogous to problems that we see in planetary science, where we have a population of asteroids or comets, and then there are collisions that then produce small bits of dust, and not necessarily collisions between two objects, but collisions between the large objects and a bunch of small things. That creates this persistent cloud of dust. And so that's something that I think John Barentine will be discussing. Of course, we have light pollution, space flight safety, and then the main thrust of this talk, environmental damage. And of course, there are other things that I haven't identified. So the way I like to conceptualize this is that we have the consumer electronic model in space. And so the idea here is that we have many satellite constellations. And if you take a look at their filings, a lot of them are envisaging that the satellites are going to live for about 5 years. And there's very good reason for doing that. I mean, so it allows for regular updates, upgrades, just modifications. It's a good thing from that point of view. And if you have failures, those failures are very easy to replace because you're just going to be replacing them on a 5-year cycle anyway. So it's replacing your laptop, it's replacing your cell phone, but in space, same idea. But of course, along with that, we have a lot of bad things. So that is connected with lots of launches and lots of discarded equipment. And I'm going to talk about those in turn. So about the launches. So one of the things that we have to consider is that, you know, you put up some amount of mass into low Earth orbit or any orbit, and you've actually then expelled a lot more mass in order to do that. And most of that is going to go into the upper atmosphere of Earth. If you've been reading things about rocket exhaust launches, you'll probably have seen a lot of things about CO2 and comparisons and discussions, whether it matters. And I want to emphasize that we do need to discuss CO2, but CO2 is a small fraction of the number of issues associated with different types of rocket exhaust. And what's even more problematic is we are often talking about single launches instead of the host of launches, not just from mega constellations, but space tourism, space exploration on top of communications and other uses of space. So this is a beautiful chart by Jessica Dallas, and it shows many of the different types of exhaust products for the different types of rocket fuels. This one is something we're going to touch on in just a little bit, and where you have this polymer supplemented by aluminum. And this is a type of solid rocket motor. And this thing is nasty because it produces quite a bit of soot and then alumina, and that's going to deposit that into the upper atmosphere. And this is, for example, what Virgin Galactic is using for space tourism, and what we just recently learned that the Amazon Kuiper project is going to be using these type of solid rocket boosters for launching its mega constellation and maintaining it. Of course, you have water, you have liquid oxygen, and you produce water. That is not without its consequences, and we'll talk about that as well. And then, of course, you have other different types of fuel, kerosene, a very big one, and that is also a major producer of soot. Okay, so one of the things to really point out is that soot, the production of soot, particularly placing it into the upper atmosphere, that has a huge climate impact, and it's much more important than CO2 in terms of climate forcing in this context. We could talk about CO2, which is very important, but we need to talk about the soot that's deposited into the upper atmosphere. And this could cause large changes to the chemistry of the upper atmosphere because it changes the equilibrium temperatures that we see, and it also has a global climate effect. And the changes that are possible by depositing soot in the atmosphere are reachable if we're talking about, roughly 1,000 type of launches. So, right now we roughly have about 100 launches per year. So if we change that to an order of magnitude, which is totally feasible, particularly when you put in things like space tourism, you're going to see this be something that can be reached. The Illumina also has effects in several different ways. One of them, it very well may have climate effects, but it's non-trivial. And the reason it's non-trivial is it reflects visible light coming in, but it also absorbs infrared light trying to go out. So it is both kind of a greenhouse and anti-greenhouse substance. And so there are studies that are looking at what actually wins with that. But what's really problematic is that if you get Illumina to settle into the layer around the ozone, where the peak of the ozone is, or at least large portions of it, then you can actually get depletion of ozone, because Illumina acts as a wonderful site for activating otherwise inactive chlorine. And that's going to then create a catalytic reaction where you're going to be destroying ozone and you're still left with the inactive chlorine at the end. There are other things to consider, such as nitrous oxide radicals, and these are going to be produced as a result of many different types of rockets. Water vapor by itself in the troposphere seems like a totally reasonable thing, but a lot of that water vapor, or most of the water vapor, is actually deposited in the upper atmosphere. The upper atmosphere is very, very dry. And so you change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere, and there are a couple different things that can happen for that. One of them is you actually increase the oxygen abundance by you break up the water into hydrogen and oxygen, and now that oxygen enters the cycle with ozone, and you could change the ozone chemistry. Another thing that happens is that you could change the temperature of that and change the upper atmosphere and change the reactions. And you could also, by putting that much water, by putting a lot of water vapor relatively into the upper atmosphere, you can create mesospheric and stratospheric clouds, which is going to be a problem for observing, but that also could have some non-trivial effects for global circulation. So even something like water put in places where there's typically not a lot of water can be an issue. Of course, it's not just going up, but coming back down is a bit of a problem. So we need to look at reentries. And when we're thinking about this, we have to really understand that what we're talking about in terms of the industrialization of Earth orbits is the placement of tens to 100,000 satellites and actively maintaining them in orbit. And that's going to create the cycle of constant launch and reentry. And when you re-enter, that mass just doesn't go away. We have this idea, oh, it's going to just deposit in the atmosphere, it's gone. No, that material is still there, and reactions can take place as a result. And to be perfectly blunt, we've just identified the problem, and so we're still trying to understand the consequences of it. But when we don't understand exactly what's going to happen, one of the things that we could do for understanding the human influence on the environment is to understand whether human activity is actually surpassing different types of forcing on the environment that would occur naturally. And so I'm going to use meteoroids to offer that metric. And so if we look at the meteoroid distribution, and this is from the work of Drolshagen et al., we know that there are about 54 tons of material per day that are coming in for meteoroids. So a lot of material. All right, so how are we going to do this comparison? So let's think about satellites. And let's, for the sake of argument, say about 60,000. And the reason for 60,000 is that's going to be like full Starlink, full OneWeb, the GW, StarNet, and Kuiper. So that's where that comes in. So if we have a 5-year replacement cycle ongoing for decades, If we have something about 260 kilograms per satellite on average, then we're looking at 3 kilotons of satellites disposed per day, per year, and about 9 tons of satellites disposed per day. And we're going to assume that pretty much all of that burns up for safety reasons, because we don't want this stuff just coming in, because that's going to be a lot of mass just coming in if it doesn't burn up, and it can create problems for safety on Earth for collision casualties. So if we further assume that most of the aluminum alloy that makes up our satellites is about 80% of the total mass, and that gives us about 7 tons of aluminum per day. So now let's go to our meteoroids. So our chondrite composition. So this is a very, very common type of meteoroid. If we look at their elemental abundance, okay, we could look at the amount of aluminum that we get. So this is parts per million. And you translate that and to the meteoroids we get per day, it's about 5 tons per day of aluminum. And you see all these other things here. This sodium is actually really important. The 0.3 tons per day of sodium from meteoroids gives us the sodium layer in the upper atmosphere, which actually has a component of night glow and sets, for some of our observing bands, the background brightness of the sky. So that's one thing to say here is that a small amount of material can have a large impact. But if we're taking a look at 0.5 tons per day of aluminum versus 7 tons per day of aluminum, I mean, we're looking at an order of magnitude increase, at least for some of the elemental abundances that are being deposited in the atmosphere. And that aluminum will settle, form this alumina layer in the stratosphere. It will do things to deplete ozone and could have non-trivial effects on the climate forcing as well. Okay, I'm very short on time at this point, so just a few more points I'd like to make. So there are, it's more than just burning things up, ablating things, and depositing things through rocket exhaust. That there's no such thing as a green launch. There are better launches to do, but we don't have a purely green launch. And so this was highlighted by some work by Larson et al. 2017, when they were looking at some particular type of ideas for rockets, which this Skylon rocket. And upon re-entry of a reusable rocket, that there is the production of nitrous oxide radicals. And that has a chemistry affecting the upper atmosphere, including depletion of ozone. At this time, we still have meteoroids coming in, being one of the dominant, or being the dominant factor of producing nitrous oxide just through the chemistry, just the heating of the reentry, even without burning anything up, creates reactions that produce these radicals. But you start doing that enough, you have debris that's coming in, you have reusable rockets, that's going to has the potential of affecting the upper atmosphere chemistry. Now, fortunately, you need a lot to do that. They were looking at something like 100,000 of these type of Skylon rockets, but when you start taking a look at the broad spectrum of things that we're going to be using, then is it achievable? In principle, yes, but this is something that might be more in the future. And of course, I mentioned if we want things to burn up so that they don't hurt people in on the ground, but we're already seeing then pieces from rocket bodies falling to Earth and creating some damage. So here's a SpaceX helium tank that's found in farm. Here's one that was found in Indonesia that damaged some buildings. This is a rocket body ring that fell. And there's one person who has actually been hit by space junk. Luckily, she didn't get hurt. So we're actually kind of entering this phase 2 where we have the material that's coming in. If it's not being just completely deposited in the atmosphere, then we're going to have a problem with safety on Earth. So we have this tension between wanting to burn things up and letting things come in through other means. So action is taking place though. So we're having very broad discussions in multiple levels, including the types of discussions we're having today. So that's extremely important. Discussion is happening at the United Nations, and that is very critical for having a solution that is long-term maintainable. And a lot of the issues that we have, space debris, light pollution, environmental consequences, have similar regulatory solutions. And so we're going to have, we could argue which one is more important to address, but when you get down to it, a lot of them have the same solutions. So we could look at it in aggregate. And while things are moving quickly, we're still in very early stages. So if we're looking at 100,000 satellites that are going into orbit, we're still at the few percent level. And I'm going to end with just noting we have existing tools to use, such as the Vienna Convention of the Protection of the Ozone Layer. We have the Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution. We have something from the United Nations called the Long-Term Sustainability Guidelines, this environmental soft law that's a lot of it's encoded into what's called customary international law, which we might hear about later today. Then we also have national regulations. So we have a lot of things to actually work with, and it's just a matter of implementing it and connecting the dots. And so those are things, discussions that we can all have at various levels. And all of you who are amateur astronomers, professional astronomers, just night sky gazers, please tell people about what you're seeing, because it's raising that awareness that allows us to talk about social operating licenses. And it's through that social awareness and through the sharing of our stories, through the sharing of these images, that I think a lot of progress can be made. And I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I mean, for me, the other thing that's big here, of course, is the waste of the rare earth metals, rare earth elements being distributed into the upper atmosphere because they're environmentally very expensive to obtain in the first place. And what sort of brings it home is when you see that pile of electronic junk in one of your early images. And of course, we're throwing a lot of rare earth metals down into the upper atmosphere during re-entry.
That's right. And we don't know exactly what that's going to do. Like I mentioned the sodium layer, and kind of one of the things that's in the back of my mind, and we have a program that's going to be looking at this shortly at UBC, and that is to understand we're depositing these abundances of different elements that normally wouldn't be deposited in the levels that they are, if we're going to have something like a sodium layer, but it's a different element.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is John Barentine from Tucson in Arizona. Thank you, John.
Well, thank you, Paul, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak today. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And today I am going to talk to you about the threat of light pollution from satellites. And we say this is an emerging threat, not only because we're still at the earliest stages of the satellite mega constellation phenomenon, but there's also still a lot that we don't know. And I'm going to talk to you about a study that my group published last year, and another one that Olivier, I know, who's on today and will be speaking tomorrow, his group published. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the end, and give you some context for where we think this is going. So I want to acknowledge Oli and his group for a really important contribution to this subject. And I also want to acknowledge my co-authors on our paper, who are in both Slovakia and in Galicia in Spain. So what I'm going to do in the next about 20 minutes is give you a little bit of the background here, the context and motivation for this subject and why we looked into it, tell you about the theory that we used to create a model for how satellites may be changing the brightness of the night sky. And then I'll tell you a little about the results from that study and what we think are the next steps. Where can we go with this next? So first, what's the background here? What's the context? And as Aaron just showed you in his talk, he put up a couple of images with satellite trails running through the background of astronomical images. And of course, to date, that's mainly what we have been talking about is in terms of impacts to astronomy, how are these trails having effects in images? And in some cases, are we losing data because of that? So we were thinking about the discrete bright points of light moving across the sky. But as we start to put more and more of those objects up there, and they're going to range in brightness depending upon where they are with respect to the observer on the ground. They're oriented in these preferred planes and shells around the Earth.
Sorry to interrupt, John. Have you put your slides up yet? Because I can't see them.
Oh, yes. Now can you see them?
I can see the yes, PowerPoint.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay.
I got it. Yes. Okay.
Thank you for interrupting me. I appreciate that. Okay, that's much better. Now that explains why I wasn't seeing the box with all the participant video. Okay, so now you can see what I'm talking about here. So these are the planes that I was describing a minute ago around the Earth. The little colored dots are meant to be the individual satellites. And we want to know, how do we go from a situation like that to something that's more of a broader impact on the night sky, not just these little discrete points of light, but the collective effect of all of these objects orbiting the Earth. And we're going to talk about both these intact satellites, but also the debris products that we're so worried about that result from collisions. So the question for our study was, by how much does all of the light from these collective, what we called space objects, contribute to the diffuse brightness of the night sky as we see it from the Earth? So if we can't necessarily resolve all of these individual points of light, but they're contributing light as seen from the ground, what is that doing to the sky background? And that's the question that we set out to try to answer with a relatively simple model. So what's the theory that goes into that model? Well, it's essentially that if there are lots of individual objects orbiting the Earth, many of which are too small for us to see necessarily from the ground unless we have large telescopes. I'm thinking more about if we're just observing the night sky with our eyes, or we're using very large, wide field types of instruments that take in a lot of sky at once. It may be the case that there are many of these objects that are individually below the threshold of detection of our telescope and camera, of our eyes. Here in this picture, I'm showing many of the attendees may be familiar with a little device called a sky quality meter, which is often used to make observations of sky glow from the ground. And these types of detectors won't necessarily see these individual objects, but they are still sensitive to the aggregate light that's coming from all of these objects reflected back down to the ground. So because they see these large solid angles, they take in a lot of these objects that might not be detected individually as points of light. They're still seeing the collective effect of all of these objects. And this certainly applies to smaller field of view instruments as well. Larger telescopes may begin to resolve more of those objects, but there's still going to be many smaller debris fragments that they will not. And yet that light is still contributing to the background that they detect. So this is how we approach the problem, is assuming that there's all of this collective light that's going to end up in our instruments and wanting to know about how much that is. So there's an analogy here, which if you think about visually observing the Milky Way. So anybody who's ever been to a dark location at night and has seen the Milky Way knows that, there are these glowing clouds of light in the night sky. And if you look at them with binoculars, for example, and you start to zoom in a little bit closer, those amorphous clouds begin to break up into distinct points of light. And then if you put an increasingly larger telescope on it, you'll now begin to pull out those points of light and know that they're stars. So if we are looking with a narrow field of view, we can see all these stars in detail. But if we back out and we look at the Milky Way with a wide angle detector like the human eye, all we see is the collective effect. So that's what we're after here, basically, is how much is that changing the appearance of the night sky as a result of adding up all of that light. So how do we turn this into a model that can be used to predict actual numbers for changes in the sky brightness? Well, we came up with a fairly simple geometry. This looks more complex than it is because we've labeled a bunch of angles and lines. But over at distance at the left, and note that this isn't to scale, is the sun that has a certain amount of brightness across a resolved disk. And so we take that into account. Then we have the Earth sort of in the middle, surrounded by this and shown as a partial ring of debris. We account for light coming from all the area elements of the sun passing through the Earth's atmosphere which makes it a little bit fuzzy. So it causes the light to spread out a bit, and it illuminates these objects in orbit around the Earth, reflecting some of that light back down to the ground. And that's the basis for where this extra light in the night sky is coming from. We just add up all of these contributions, and that will tell us approximately how much light these space objects are contributing. There are very many simplifying assumptions. I'm not going to go through all of these individually, but just to let you know that we simplified the calculations as much as possible to get something like an order of magnitude estimate. We could make this increasingly realistic, and we plan to do that. I'll talk about that at the end. The things that we can put back in to try to get to a number that is more accurate. But this is the section for anybody who's ever studied physics as a student, where we essentially assume the spherical cow. We're trying to make it as simple a problem as possible to get sort of a high level result. So we need to have certain inputs to the model in order to make these quantitative predictions. And in particular, we need to know something about how objects in orbit around the Earth are distributed spatially. So what is the quantity per volume? And Aaron showed a version of this kind of a plot. And we also need to know the size distributions of these objects. And we don't necessarily have really great recent estimates for either of these things. You'll notice that the inputs here go back to 2004 and 1995, respectively. These are the best estimates of these things that we have, at least as are available to the civilian community. We have cause to believe that militaries have much better estimates of both of these quantities. So we're going with the information that's available to the civilian community. And we took the dots, which are the estimates for each of the bins in altitude and diameter respectively, and we fit simple models to them in order to get a more of a functional form that we could then put into our models. And the reason that we need to know the spatial distribution and size distribution is that determines how many objects there are to reflect light back down to the ground, and then how big they are. And obviously a bigger object necessarily reflects more sunlight. So these are the core pieces that go into the model. And then we also need to know how many things are up there. Aaron showed a version of this plot as well that shows the number of objects thought to be in orbit around the Earth as a function of time. Again, we fit a very simple analytic model to that in order to make predictions into the future, because now we can extrapolate this past the current time, and we can add in what we think will be the full build out of satellites, the roughly 60,000 number that Aaron quoted for the end of this decade is where we're headed with that. So just to give you some context about the inputs that go into the model so that we can start to make some numerical predictions. And one of the important things that comes out of this is that there is a model for the object size distribution that I showed you in a previous slide that has what we call a power law functional form to it, and it has an exponent of about -2. And the importance of that is in our model, when we talk about the amount of light that's being set back down to the Earth by all of these things, which when we look up at the night sky, we see as radiance, we see as the brightness of the night sky. As you move through the different sizes of objects, they contribute light fairly equally, even though their sizes are very different. So what I'm showing you on the right is these are in log 10 units. These are bins of different object sizes. And I believe this is in meters. So we go from meter-sized satellites down to sub-micron-sized particles that are the results of collisions. And the vertical axis here is one of the parameters in the model that relates to the radiance as a function of the object size. And you'll notice that these are very nearly contributing the same amount of light in each of these different size bins. And so the large objects are important, but so are the small objects. And it has to do with the numbers that are in each of these classes. And this is going to be important in the end of my talk, because there's a warning that's involved about the production of debris and how it has the potential to change the brightness of the night sky. So I will come back to that momentarily. So what are the results? And we put all of this input information in. and we turn the crank, what do we get out as predictions for the change in the brightness of the night sky? And again, these are really simple models. I'm going to show you in a moment something that's a bit more complex. But what we came up with is that as of the late 1990s, again, this is back for when we had the best estimate of the number of objects that were orbiting the Earth. If we added up the influence of all of those objects, and we were at a given location on the ground looking up at the zenith, we predicted that there would be about 7 microcandela per square meter of luminance at the zenith that are attributable to the space objects. And there's a factor alpha in there that will modify that number, which is an albedo for the objects, the amount of light that they are reflecting back down to the ground, fractionally speaking. And that's about a half, we think, for most larger objects. So that would give us something in the neighborhood of about 3.5 microcandela per square meter. If we extrapolate that out to the present time, knowing what we do about the rate at which both the large and the small objects are changing, and this now becomes a bit speculative, but it's probably correct at an order of magnitude level, it would be something closer to about 16 microcandela per square meter, because we think that the increase in space objects since the 1990s, at least in the larger size bins, has been in the neighborhood of about 4.5. So this would be, I would say, a conservative lower limit for the amount of light that we would sense at the zenith if we went out and tried to measure it potentially. So the question is, how much light is that? What does it mean in comparison to some other sources of light, both natural and artificial? Well, if you add up all of the natural sources of light in the night sky, so if you went to a very distant location out into the middle of the ocean somewhere far from civilization, so there wasn't really any sky glow from artificial sources on the ground, and you looked at the zenith, considering things like scattered starlight in the atmosphere, air glow, you would get something around 200 microcandela per square meter. And to give another point of comparison at the high end, in the middle of the world's most light polluted cities, the zenith might be considerably higher, up to perhaps 300,000 microcandela per square meter. So we're dealing with these very large numbers that are rather different from the number that we calculated and considerably higher. So right away, we're saying that the amount of light contributed by reflected sunlight from these space objects is much less than the natural background, even in places that are essentially devoid of artificial light pollution. That is our guess for the way things are right now. Of course, that may well change in the future. How does that relate to some thresholds that have been established for terrestrial light pollution as they impact astronomical observatories? In its first joint publication with the International Commission on Illumination, or CIE, the International Astronomical Union, all the way back in 1980, suggested a threshold of about 10% above the background brightness, above an angle of 45 degrees from the horizon, as the threshold describing a site that was light polluted at some level, where we start to be concerned about the site protection of an observatory in the long run. So already we're approximately at that threshold if our model is to be believed. And again, there are a lot of simplifying assumptions. There's a lot of uncertainties in this, but we think it's probably somewhere in that neighborhood. And if that is true, it means that every place on Earth essentially is already experiencing an elevated sky background level that the IAU would consider to be a light polluted site if we were talking about the site of an observatory. So immediately, of course, that got our attention. That's a number that was higher than we initially expected. What about twilight? Of course, once you're an observer on the ground that's deep into the shadow of the Earth, you're not experiencing the same effect in terms of this reflected sunlight that you would get towards local midnight, for example. And we did take that into account and found that the brightness of all these space objects should probably peak shortly after the onset of astronomical twilight in the evening, and again reach a maximum on the morning side just before the end of twilight. But as the observer's location moves more and more into the Earth's shadow, it very quickly quenches the brightness contribution from these objects at LEO, And there's only a little bit of residual light, mostly from satellites in geostationary orbits by the time the sun angle is about 60 degrees below the horizon. And then at local midnight, you don't really see very much at all. So this is a sort of a time-dependent contribution to sky brightness. And like the streaks that we worry about in images, this will largely be a problem around sunrise and sunset during the twilight hours. So how to make the model a little bit more realistic. And I'm going to show you some work that Keith Bassa, Ole Aino, and David Galati Enriquez did recently and published that shows what might happen if we take into account the full build out of satellites, OneWeb, Amazon Kuiper, Starlink, et cetera, towards the end of the 2020s. And the thing that they did was they started putting in realistic orbital parameters. So knowing about where the satellite should be with respect to the orbital planes around the Earth, and then some assumptions about the albedo, et cetera. And they were able to start to make two-dimensional models that show the actual distribution of light across the night sky. And without getting too deeply into their results, what I want to show you here are a couple of figures from their paper that plot, these are all sky plots. So the zenith is in the center of these two views. The horizon is around the edge. One is for Brussels at a latitude of 50 north. The other is for Cerro Paranal in the southern hemisphere, where the European Southern Observatory facility is at a latitude of about 25 degrees south. And what this shows in the artificial colors are the anticipated brightness of the night sky, specifically due to satellites as a function of location on the night sky. So you'll notice that it's not necessarily a uniform brightness all the way across the sky, but that because the satellites are in these preferred planes, in many cases, the brightness has these sort of banded appearances to it. So it really starts to depend on where you're looking in the night sky. And then these are evening side predictions. So of course, in the eastern half of the sky where the Earth's shadow is rapidly rising, you'll see that the brightness trails off to essentially zero, but you'll still get some residual brightness in these bands. So what they're suggesting is that it's not going to be a problem that is a uniform glow across the sky, but it will have some structure to it. And again, it very much depends on where you're looking. So this may give some guidance to observatories to help sort of plan some observations and know which parts of the sky they should avoid at certain times if they want to have the darkest backgrounds for their observations. But they do note something that is the warning I mentioned earlier. And they found that if satellites are essentially intact, that the diffuse sky brightness problem may not be as much of a problem as we think, that it is probably something less than 1% of the sky background that's set by natural sources. But they note that this radiance effect that we saw in the smaller bins that were contributing as much meant that it's okay, more or less, as long as the satellites don't grind themselves down up to dust. So they say that these macroscopic satellites won't contribute much to the diffuse sky brightness as long as they're not ground into microscopic debris. So it becomes very sensitive to small debris objects that will rapidly raise the background. And so essentially what they're calling for is to try to prevent collisions and debris generating events as much as possible in order to suppress this artificial sky background as much as possible. So what are the things that we can do as a sort of next steps? How can we make this model increasingly realistic? We can certainly put better space object population characteristics in. We need updates to those models that I showed you earlier of the size and the number distributions. If we had better albedo estimates and bidirectional reflectance distribution functions from observations, that will give us a better handle on the exact amount of light that's being scattered back down to the Earth. And then we really need to fully account for these non-uniform spatial distributions of both satellites and debris to make these increasingly realistic models that take into account where the satellites actually are. And what can amateurs do to help with this situation? Well, they can make brightness measurements of the night sky and compare with some of these models, and also look at the long-term trends. This also helps us keep an eye on ground-based light pollution as well. And we thought about how we might actually experimentally validate some of the predictions of our models, knowing that the sky background set by natural sources is much higher We thought that perhaps we could maybe get above some of the atmosphere, especially the layers where the air glow is being generated, but trying to make a measurement below the ring of debris and satellites in low Earth orbit. So we're looking into possibilities of making a measurement on a platform like the International Space Station, for example, just to make sure that actual observations are coming close to the predictions that we're making. So with that, I thank you for your attention. I'll just briefly leave up the references for the two papers here, contact information, and I will hand it back to Paul.
Thank you very much, John. It's a very, very thought-provoking talk for people, who, especially the amateur astronomers, who find the contrast of the pictures of the images they take being reduced. Okay. So are you around for the Q&A later on, John?
Yes, I will be here.
Lovely. Okay. So I'll move on to our next speakers. Now, as a matter of respect for their culture, we have been asked not to record the talks being given by Doug Sinclair and Juan Carlos Chavez. So I would also ask anyone that happens to be recording this to also stop recording during their time. It's possible to pause and resume recording. And also, if there are any media here, to not quote them directly. So without further delay, I'll pass on to Doug Sinclair. I believe he's going to talk first. So Martin, could you please pause the recording?
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, let me just get my screen shared, sorry. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can now, yes.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Jessica Heim, and my background is in cultural astronomy, a field that explores the countless ways people have engaged with the night sky and the importance of this for many aspects of their lives. Throughout time and across the planet, people have been inspired by the starry night sky we all share. My research interests involve exploring human relationships with both sky and land, with a particular focus on dark skies, as well as ethics and policy issues associated with space exploration and development. I've conducted research on better understanding community experiences with dark sky initiatives and dark sky friendly LED streetlights. Currently, I have been focused on the intersection of astronomy, dark sky, and satellite constellation issues. I was a member of the Community Engagement Working Group for last year's SatCon 2 workshop, and I'm the Vice Chair of Community Engagement on the American Astronomical Society's Committee on Light Pollution, Radio Interference, and Space Debris. Today, I'm speaking to you from Minnesota, in the United States, on the traditional and treaty land of the Dakota people who, along with the Ojibwe, are the indigenous people of this land, Minnesota-Makote, Dakota for the land where the water reflects the sky. To me and many others, the starry night sky is a fundamental part of the local environment, no less important than the lakes, forests, and prairies. When, on a still summer's night, you sit beside a rural lake among the pine trees, you see the stars of the heavens above reflected in the waters below. You are surrounded by the immensity of the universe, and it takes your breath away.
Jessica, sorry to interrupt. You should put your slides in full screen. We are still on the title screen.
I have advanced my slide. I see the second slide. I'm not
sure. I suspect that we are seeing your screen and not your full size slide.
Let me just re-share and I'll do something different. I'll just share my entire screen and that might work better. Is that working now? Do you see something else?
Yes, it's working fine.
Thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you.
So this is essentially the same sky that humans have experienced for millennia. While much has changed on the Earth's surface over the centuries, we may still gaze upon the same stars as our ancestors did. The advent of widespread artificial light at night has brought many benefits for our societies, but it has also come at a cost. While it is absolutely possible to design our outdoor lighting in ways which provide the degree of illumination needed to safely conduct outdoor activities at night while also minimizing light pollution, such practices are not always widely employed. Here, you can see the results of an image from the New World Atlas of Artificial Night Sky Brightness, which shows the intensity of light emitted upwards into space. Due to our current lighting practices, currently 60% of Europeans, 80% of North Americans can no longer see the Milky Way from where they live. These images show the progression of light pollution in the United States from the 1950s, the 1970s, the 1990s, and a projection of what 2025 will look like based on current trends. This has resulted in a substantial loss of visibility of the Milky Way and many stars across much of the country. Despite this, if you are fortunate enough to live in a locale with lighting practices that minimize glare and upward light, or if you travel away from the urban centers, the window into our immense universe gradually opens and the stars become visible once again. However, as is being discussed in great detail in other presentations throughout this weekend, now there are substantial sources of artificial light at night coming not only from the ground and escaping into the sky as unnecessary wasted light, but from the sky itself. The deployment of tens or hundreds of thousands of satellites in the coming years stands to irreparably alter the appearance of the night sky worldwide. And unlike in the case of conventional ground-based light pollution, the changes to the sky will be visible no matter how remote the locale from which it is viewed. What does it mean if in our quest to expand our economies and to provide ever more space-based services, we permanently cut off future generations' ability to ever experience for themselves the same view of the cosmos which has been a part of the human experience since time immemorial? In such a world where human activity in orbit has radically altered the view of the heavens, what do we lose? Perhaps it's akin to trying to experience what a forest is like after most of the trees have been cut down, the animals have left, and the understory plants have been trampled. Imagining such a future brings to mind a quotation from 19th century American transcendentalist Henry David Thoreau's journal. In reference to the ways in which he observed had transformed the natural environment in his part of the world, he wrote, "I should not like to think that some demigod had come before me and picked out some of the best of the stars. I wish to know an entire heaven and an entire earth." Unless substantial changes are made to the way we engage with Earth's orbital environment, future generations will not know an entire heaven. If our view of the heavens is transformed, our relationship with the sky will transform as well. The understanding that the sky and the earth, the above and below, are inextricably linked is a part of the teachings of countless traditions across the globe. And it is becoming increasingly clear that what we do in orbit, in space, will have impacts on our skies, our atmosphere, and life on Earth as well. Precisely what the nature of those impacts are will become more apparent with time. However, as evidenced by the information shared by many of my colleagues today, we already have sufficient knowledge to warrant a more cautious approach to how we engage with the Earth's orbital environment. Satellites are obviously highly useful tools which can be utilized in many ways to benefit society. However, as can be seen in countless examples from Earth's environmental history, the rapid adoption of new technology on a large scale can often lead to problematic unintended consequences. Thus, as we find ourselves on the cusp of having the technological means to occupy low Earth orbits on a scale never seen before, it is imperative to consider the long-term implications of our actions in this environment. How can we act in ways which ensure the long-term sustainability of this valuable resource? How can we engage with this environment without creating extensive permanent changes to the night sky worldwide? And as cosmologist Aparna Venkatesan has asked, can we be the elders the future deserves? The future is in our hands, and we have the power to decide what it will look like. The sky does not belong to the highest bidder or to astronomers or to any one constituency. It belongs to us all. We are all stakeholders in the future of the night sky and the space environment. However, in the context of the emerging space economy, accompanied by the rapid increase in satellite megaconstellations, few of these stakeholders' voices have been heard. Thus, it is essential that we listen to more diverse perspectives on the future of our shared skies and incorporate such perspectives into decision-making processes. The decisions we make and courses of actions we undertake now will set the precedent for how we engage with the space environment in the years to come. If we take the time to truly listen to perspectives which question the status quo, to those which consider the impacts of colonial narratives often underpinning actions taken on Earth and in space, then perhaps we will be able to co-create a future which is ethical and sustainable, one which is based in respect, consideration, and consultation. Thank you for your attention, and now Doug and Juan Carlos will share more of their perspectives on these issues.
Sessions of the day. And our first speaker is Thomas Cheney.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Looking forward to talking to you today about the challenge of megaconstellations in an environmental context. I'm Dr. Thomas Cheney. I'm a lecturer in space governance within the astrobiology research group at the Open University here in the UK. So I'm going to give a sort of brief discussion today about megaconstellations sort of in the context of international law and what sort of potential solutions that we might have for some of these challenges, taking a sort of a broader environmental focus to dealing with these issues. So the talk I'm going to give you today, I'm going to give a brief introduction to like, well, what are satellites in Earth orbits, and what are megaconstellations, and why are they special? Why do they matter more than other satellites? I suspect many of you probably know most of that stuff, so it will be the briefest of introductions, but just in case there's anybody who doesn't, it's always useful to give that bit of context. Then I'm going to talk about a bit about space law, what elements of international space law are sort of relevant for this conversation, whether there's any use. Then address this framing of space as congested, contested, and competitive, which is a phrase that was used in, I think it was an Obama era US national space policy. It's not quite the phraseology that's used currently by the US government, but I like it because it's alliterative. And then talk about this concept of treating space as an environment or part of the broader environmental question, and recognizing its connectivity to the sort of broader environmental questions that we're facing in the midst of the climate crisis and all of its fundamental complications, before giving some like final thoughts on where we can go and what we should think about in addition to this. So satellites and Earth orbit, the environment that we're sort of concerned about when we talk about megaconstellations in particular. Again, as I expect many of you will know, the first satellite was launched in 1957, which was quite a long time ago. And as of about a month ago, according to the European Space Agency, there are now there have been about 13,000 satellites put into orbit in that time. They're not all up there. I'll get more into those stats in a little moment. But I want you to remember that since 1957, there have been about 13,000 satellites put into Earth orbit. These are a mix of civilian and military satellites, government and non-government satellites, and I think there's over about 70 countries now have satellites in Earth orbit. They are predominantly American, European, and Russian, but we are seeing an increasing range of satellites in Earth orbit. And then, what these satellites are used for has a wide range of purposes, everything from monitoring weather and the weather forecasts that we have to monitoring crops, but also security implications such as monitoring nuclear weapons, and that's becoming a broader field. 40 years ago, that was the purview of intelligence agencies, but now through companies like Planet Labs, even non-governmental organizations, such as some of the ones I work with, can use commercially available satellite imagery to monitor nuclear weapons and adherence to arms control treaties. But they also impact on our everyday, day-to-day lives, such as the communication satellites, navigation satellites, and then we also have a wide range of scientific satellites. I mean, there aren't a huge amount of space telescopes, as I'm sure you all know, but this is a use and a potential future use. In terms of dividing the space environment up on almost a geographical basis, it depends on how you look at these things. So under the International Telecommunications Union basically breaks Earth orbit and satellite types down into two different functions. So they have geostationary satellites and non-geostationary satellites. And that makes sense because for the ITU anyway, because the way they license satellites is if it's a geostationary satellite, which means it orbits effectively stationarily over one part of the Earth all the time. They give you a specific orbital slot that is given on a first come first served basis, whereas in the lower orbits they're less regulated, and it's just about which radio frequency that you use to avoid interference. And I'll come into a bit in a moment when we talk about the different why megaconstellations are different. So what megaconstellations, we talk about them a lot. We've been talking them for a long time. I've been active in the space sector since about 2012, and people have been talking about them since at least then, probably earlier than that. What makes them mega? This is an interesting question. It is not the metric unit of measurement. You don't need 1 million satellites to be a mega constellation. It simply means big. And again, the scale has shifted over time. Some of the first mega constellations, we were simply talking about hundreds of satellites. Now we're talking about thousands of satellites. And in essence, that's where the difference comes in. So some of the early constellations that you had, Iridium is a good example. The Iridium is so named because the originally proposed constellation had 77 satellites. Starlink are talking about 42,000 satellites. That is a huge order of magnitude of difference. Of course, they say that they need that many satellites so that they can replicate the benefits of the geostationary satellites, but at lower orbits, because geostationary orbit is a relatively limited resource, and so we can do more at lower orbits. Are they needed? Well, that's an interesting question, and kind of an important one when we get to talking about the valuations of who gets to use space. The capabilities of global communication satellites have fundamentally transformed our world, but that doesn't necessarily mean that proposals like Starlink or OneWeb are necessarily necessary, or even worth all the issues that they may cause. And there are a number of issues that these mega constellations are causing. Whilst all space objects launched into space have exacerbated the debris problem, and every object that you launch into Earth orbit exacerbates the orbital congestion problem, and the more objects that we have takes up a section of the radio frequency spectrum that therefore can't be used by other space objects. The size of mega constellations really sort of changes the metrics on that. The general estimate for satellites that fail, for example, is about 5% of those that are launched. Well, if you're launching 10 satellites and 5% of them launch, that's not necessarily a big deal. If you're launching 40,000 satellites and 5% of them fail, that's a lot of failed satellites you're now putting into an already congested orbital environment. So those are the reasons why the people who are operating in the space environment are concerned about mega constellations and the governance challenge that they are going to generate, or are already. But also, as an astronomer, as astronomers, you will recognize that because they are generating issues with light pollution and damaging the use of the night sky, which is another reason why mega constellations in particular are generating concerns and getting into sorts of questions as to who owns the night sky and what kind of resource is it, and how do we govern this space? Well, that's a very good question. So there are a couple of international space treaties. There are actually 5 international space treaties, but for the purposes of regulating satellite constellations, there are 3 that are only really relevant. The main one is the United Space Treaty of 1967. This is effectively universally adhered to, and it is generally regarded as being reflective of customary international law. It has several key provisions that are important for us to consider. Article 1 says that space is free for use by all, and the use of space is to be for the benefit and in the interest of all countries. And that's an important point to remember. Similarly, Article 2, known as the non-appropriation principle, says that no state can claim sovereignty, can claim sovereign control over outer space, which means that, and Article 1 and Article 2 effectively mean, the implication of Article 1 and Article 2 is that outer space is part of the global commons. The American critics of framing space as a commons are correct in that the Outer Space Treaty never actually calls it a commons, but the logical inference of Articles 1 and 2 are that space is part of the global commons because it is available for use by everybody, but it can't be owned by anyone. And so space is part of the global commons, regardless of what the Trump administration declared. That doesn't mean that states don't have a role in the governance process, particularly when it comes to commercial actors. Article 6 says that states are responsible for their non-state actors, and in fact, they have to authorize and continually supervise those activities. And that means that most countries have some sort of legislation on the books that says that you need a license, or you need to request a license in order to do that. The UK is no different. You either need to be licensed under the Outer Space Act of 1986 or the Space Industry Act of 2018, depending on where you're conducting these activities from. But if you're a British citizen or a British company, then you need to get a license from the UK government to conduct your space activities, because the UK has an international obligation to make sure that what you're doing doesn't violate the Outer Space Treaty. So whatever industry tells you, they do have to adhere to the Outer Space Treaty. They're not simply allowed to do whatever they want. Additionally, launching states are liable for damage. They often transfer this to private actors, or require private actors to indemnify this liability in their launching when they grant a license. But if your space object damages another space object, then then the launching state is the one that is ultimately on the hook for that damage. Additionally, states of registry retain jurisdiction over these space objects when they're in outer space. So again, the laws of the country that you're registered with, which is usually the Article 6 state that you got your license from, apply to your activities in outer space. Space is not a lawless domain, again, despite what some may like to claim. And then potentially, if we're talking about creating an environmental regime for outer space, Article 9 is quite useful and quite interesting. So activities conducted in outer space are supposed to be done with due regard for the corresponding interests of other state parties, as well as to avoid harmful interference with their activities and avoid the harmful contamination of outer space and other celestial bodies. Now, these principles are not particularly well defined by the treaty itself, and we don't have a huge amount of case law or developments to bring these definitions, but it isn't that difficult to imagine constructing an environmental framework off of the back of these provisions, and particularly arguing for more stringent methods. It's also worth bearing in mind the Liability Convention and the Registration Convention, which basically elaborate on Article 7 and Article 8, but I won't bore you with the details of that here. But they're certainly worth considering if you're planning activities. There's also national laws. As I said, the UK has 2 pieces of legislation and a number of statutory instruments to develop these things. So, depending on what jurisdiction you fall under, you'll need to adhere to the national law of countries. In the United States, for example, that's usually the FAA, although their system is a tad complex. So this idea that space is congested, contested, and competitive, i.e., some have regarded this as the tragedy of the commons, although I think that's certain that produces an idea that this is some sort of natural development, and that the lack of adequate governance isn't intentional. So I do like to push back on the idea that this is a natural tragedy of the commons. But it's worth looking at some numbers first, and this will help to put in the megaconstellations in some context as well. As I said earlier, there have been about 13,000 satellites put into Earth orbit since the beginning of the space age. Of that, 8,300 are still in space, and of that, 5,500 of those are still functioning. And this provides some context. Take Starlink, which is one of the mega constellations that are under construction, has 2,200 satellites as of May of this year. Yesterday, I looked it up yesterday, so it's 2,200 satellites as of yesterday. That is 16% of all satellites ever launched, and 38% of all functioning satellites. And the constellation is far from complete. As I said, last reports I've familiar with says that Starlink wants to be 42,000 satellites in when it's complete. So that gives you an idea of just the order of magnitude that shift that we're dealing with here. There are already 16% of all satellites launched, and they're not even at 10% of proposed satellites. Then we get into debris. So we have 31,000 tracked debris objects. That's a lot. These are the ones that we can track. That's an important thing to remember. And then there were estimated to be over 130 million debris objects smaller than 10 centimeters. And given the nature of orbital physics, they can still do an awful lot of damage and destroy plenty of objects when in space. So space is pretty congested. There are a lot of objects up there, and space is big, but there is still a limit to how much can be put there, especially when dealing with orbital space and particularly useful orbits. So these are things that come to mind. As far as contested and competitive, well, that can be looked at in two ways. As we can see, great power competition is increasing. There is a fairly significant European war currently being fought. Who knows what the outcome of that will be, or what the long-term situation is going to look like. It doesn't seem unreasonable to think that a new Cold War scenario with Russia could be the outcome of that. But we also don't need to forget that the United States and the Chinese are, in the very early stages of some source of great power competition. And the North Koreans very helpfully poked their head above the parapet this week by testing new missiles. And space is important. We see the value of space assets in conducting these military operations. That means their targets. Starlink, to pick an example, has been incredibly useful for the Ukrainian military forces in conducting their operations. But that also makes them a legitimate military target. Under the laws of armed conflict, Russia would be within its rights to attack Starlink satellites. Whether they will or not is a whole different question. But it is something that needs to be borne in mind. These companies that are providing assistance to the Ukrainian military are therefore changing the nature of their status as potential targets. And that not just adds the issues of potentials for escalation, but we're also therefore adding potential debris to an already troubling debris field. And then competitive, again, competing between nation states, but also commercial competitions. I've lost track of how many competing mega-constellation proposals we have, but that gets into the question of, are these things necessary? And then you go, well, if we've got 3, 4, 5, 6 mega-constellations, each trying to put 40,000 satellites in space, we get into a place in which, is it sustainable? What happens when one of these companies goes bust and half of a mega-constellation is left in orbit that no one really has any control over? So the lack of governance and the inadequacies of the governance regime that we have are really starting to generate some problems. Right. That's before we even sort of get to broader contexts. So I think thinking of space in the environmental context, I've been looking a lot in my academic research as to, well, what does Article 9 in the Outer Space Treaty mean? If you have to take due regard for the other interests of other states, that inherently means you can't do whatever you want. I would tie that with Article 1, saying that activities need to be in the interests and for the benefit of other countries. My charge would be that so far the states authorizing space activities have completely failed to do any of that, and the debris situation is my example. There may be a role for international environmental law to be applied here. There is a concept in environmental law called transboundary harm, and that may enable actions to be taken in international courts. So far, no one has. It is worth noting that the proposed concept of ecocide would apply to outer space, and that raises the broader context question of, I think it's important for us to recognize space debris and the night sky pollution caused by megaconstellations as a part of the broader concept of the Anthropocene, which is the consequences of human, or let's be honest, European activities on the global environment. And recognizing that the issues that we're generating in the space environment are essentially extensions of the broader consequences of industrial capitalism in a terrestrial environment, and that we need to understand it in that broader senses. And this works for the discussion of astronomy as well, because yes, the mega constellation streaks in the night sky are causing problems, but you can recognize a connection to that with light pollution. And maybe if people maybe if the ordinary person had a better view of the night sky, that wasn't obscured by light pollution or smog, we would all kind of care more about the space environment, because we would get to see it. I grew up in a relatively rural area. I miss the night sky. It is quite spectacular. And I think that, you know, if people perhaps had that better conscience, they would care about it a bit more. I don't know, but I think that we need to recognize that this is a broader connected issue. So some final thoughts. You know, I think space is important for many ways. You know, I recognize the value that commercial satellites have in our lives and the communications revolution that it has enabled. We wouldn't know about climate change without, well, we would, but we wouldn't. Our knowledge of climate change would be significantly reduced without space satellites. But space really threatens that usability. But I think we also need to have a deeper, more broader conversation of, well, what is space for? And perhaps more importantly, who is space for? You know, if we allow a first come, first serve model that we've adopted so far, then it's going to be for those who have the resources to make use of it, and everybody else is going to be kind of pushed to one side, as is the case in many other environments. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's broader to think about this in terms of a broader context. I've joked with people before that we need a Greenpeace for space. You know, that is meant as a humorous comment, but I do think that we need to start thinking about these things as linked. You know, human activities in outer space, for good and for ill, are simply part of the broader human activities that are taking place on the rest of the world, and we can't ignore that broader context. So it's been a lot of information to throw at you in a relatively short period of time. Hopefully it's been interesting, and I really look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oops, muted. Yes. Okay, Thomas, thanks very much indeed. We have, well, I think we're a couple of minutes early. Can you take one quick question, maybe? Somebody has a question?
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay, no, nothing in the Q&A at the moment, I don't think. Okay, I mean, I do urge the attendees here, please be forthcoming with your questions. Okay, Olivier?
Okay, the picture you draw is quite grim. What's the way out? Knowing that to go from nothing into an international treaty that is ratified by many countries is going to take 10 years. We need to go step by step. What would be for you the top priority, the first action that should be done?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I don't really have an answer for you, I'm afraid. I think I look at the policy sphere, and the long-term sustainability guidelines that have recently come out of the UN are a good first step. We need to embed them. I think that really the thing I'm pushing for now is, in the wake of the US announcement that they're no longer going to conduct destructive anti-satellite weapons testing, is to build on that and really restart actual arms control discussions, because I think that's probably one of the biggest direct threats. But as with climate change, as with a lot of these other issues, I can't bring a huge amount of hope to the table. It's
maybe a follow-up question?
Yep.
Okay, we already have some protections of the sky provided by the ITU or by the Space Treaty. However, what about enforcement? Because we have seen in the past that some actors were not really respecting what should have been done, and basically nobody has done anything about it, which does not help, at least does not help setting an example for the following ones.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, it's putting pressure on political actors to actually enforce the rules that exist. We saw this in the US with Swarm when they neglected to get a license for their launch. The fine that was put on them was fairly inconsequential. Cost of doing business approach from them. Similarly, you know, it would be great if we could see some action, take the United States to the International Court of Justice over its failure to take due regard for the interests of other states. But even if any state was willing to do that, the US can simply refuse to participate in the proceedings. So, yeah, and not much hope there either.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. We'll move on to our next speaker, our last speaker for today, and then we're following that with another Q&A. So over to you, Charles.
Great, thank you. And let me share, should be able to share this screen. Those questions were pretty much a good segue, I think, into what I'd like to talk about, and that's overcoming some of the legal challenges to a sustainable space future. And what I want to do is focus on 3 core areas here and try to move quickly through it. One, identify some challenges. Certainly, I'm not going to be able to identify all of the challenges. Second, choosing a lens through which to look and to kind of perceive these. And finally, to offer a solution. I think one of the first challenges is simply the complexity of the legal environment in which we are working and talking. You've got your traditional law in any number, all of the countries. You have regulatory regime that may relate to space, and there's some nuanced laws of areas that might not traditionally be space related, but yet have some space aspects. Your more broad or more specific domestic space law, and then international space law. So within any country, within any kind of paradigm, you have all of these coming together to govern the relationships. And the relationships are just as complex as well. You've got interested parties, indigenous peoples, amateur astronomers, you have science, astronomy particularly is what we're talking about. You have the commercial players, contractors, the large companies, SpaceX, Amazon, startups, small sats. In any country, you have the domestic agencies, and of course, we have the international bodies. Talking or moving from the complexity of all the players and the people involved and all of the various layers of law, we have the bureaucracy that is very difficult to address. And as we just heard, talking about how long it might be for a space treaty, I think we can look at the United Nations treaties and just look at the year in which it was introduced and then became law, and we get a sense of how long that can take. Now, Outer Space Treaty, pretty much the same year. Not pretty much, it was the same year. But going down to the Moon Agreement, it was 1979 that it was introduced and became in force in 1984. Now, of course, that's not to most of the countries, and that is the last treaty. So we had a sequence of 5 treaties going from 1 year apart to 3 and then 4, and now it's been 43 years since the last treaty. So is there a likelihood a treaty coming out of the current situation? It's a big challenge to get to that point, but something that I'd hope for. But going to the point that I made just a minute ago, the number of countries, if you look at the number of countries that have signed on to the various treaties, that number has diminished over time to where the Moon Agreement right now has about 20, the numbers here, I forget exactly how current this was, but 22 countries rather, compared to the 133 that were with the Outer Space Treaty. So not only with the just the longevity, how long it takes to get a treaty and how long since the last one, the number of getting everybody to sign on to agreements is difficult. But beyond treaties, we also have other areas that we can focus in the international context. Regulations, we have guidelines, that can also provide some kind of consensus. But even then we have inconsistency. So another challenge in the international legal or space legal environment is the inconsistency. For example, the Moon Agreement. We talked about 22 countries having signed on. The Moon Agreement says that no resources, no space resources, mined or otherwise, can be the province of any particular private party. So essentially you can't own anything from space. Countries like the United States, Luxembourg, the UAE, and Japan, I believe, maybe there's a fifth one. Those countries have laws that specifically contradict the Moon Agreement. And they say that space resources, not the celestial bodies, but space resources can be owned and mined and owned. So there's a disconnect between, let's say, the Moon Agreement and national laws. So an inconsistency. An inconsistency also arises where you have any number of countries implementing their own legal paradigm or their own legal construct. For example, if we look at space debris, there's a significant number of countries that have their own laws on dealing with space debris. And then we also have international mechanisms and agreements beyond that. And so a problem arises in the legal environment where there's a number of inconsistencies across these various laws. Another challenge is just the speed of commercial developments. I know that some of my colleagues, in fact, some people that I represent, would like to argue for and advocate for a suspension of any launches for satellites until we figure it out, for lack of a better term. That is not going to happen. As much as that would be ideal, perhaps to pause and have us try to figure it out before any other satellites are licensed or launched, it's just not going to happen. The train has left the station, and so we need to realize that and proceed from there. Another issue is ambivalence. I'm going to get into the solutions, but I wanted to point out right now that this webinar, this presentation by all of the colleagues here and the people, the discussion, the questions, this is a solution to the ambivalence problem: education, advocacy, and outreach. Another challenge is the economics. Certainly, there's a lot of money spent on space exploration. There's a lot of money being spent on commercial space industry. I'll get to the solution, or one of the solutions that ties into that shortly. So those are some of the challenges. I'm sure that others have been mentioned earlier. We could go on and talk about the challenges all day, but we need to also discuss how do we view this and how do we reach some solutions, and what might those solutions be. Some of the colleagues that are speaking at this event combined to write an article in the recent Nature Astronomy advocating for a space environmentalism. While there's been discussion of looking at Earth's orbital space as part of the environment, I love the term space environmentalism. And so I think that that is a lens, that is one of the lenses through which all of these issues need to be looked at, because it conceptualizes a lot and it allows us, as I'll mention in a minute, to piggyback on other issues. I'd also like to point out that another lens is examining things from a multi-sector approach. We have to look at multi-sector coalitions, partnerships, collaboration, and consequently, I would add to their space environmentalism that concept to a collaborative space environmentalism. We all need to work together. We all need to be involved in the dialogue and the discussion. When I say all, I mean all stakeholders, and even the people that don't realize that they are stakeholders, people that go out and look at the night sky and might take for granted that it exists in that way. So we've had some challenges. We've got a lens, and I'm not going to get into the space environmentalism because the article did a fantastic job. These discussions today have done a great job, as well as those forthcoming tomorrow. my objective now is to try to talk about some of the solutions. As I mentioned, advocacy and outreach. We need to be talking about the issues anywhere and everywhere. We need to talk within academics, communities, and governments. And the academics is important because, as we know and can appreciate, there are, even within astronomy, for example, there are theoretic and computational astrophysics, and the mindset is focused on perturbations, creating models of galaxies and so forth. And that might be a completely different perspective than observational astronomers. Now, perhaps today in 2022, it's become a much broader issue, but I do remember when I started talking about these issues with some of my colleagues that were focused on computational aspects, they were not aware of how significant the issue is. So we can't take for granted that everybody in academia understands the problem. And so even departmental conversations need to occur. Aligned and consistent messaging, that's so important. We need to have an aligned and consistent message to get it across so that it's repeated and people understand it. And we need to provide the resources for others to understand the issues. And that is what the IAU Center is hoping to accomplish. Collaboration. We talked about this multi-coalition, multi-sector approach. Collaboration. We need everyone and anyone to be involved in the discussion. Again, academics, communities, governments, industry. We need to demonstrate that we all have aligned interests, and we need to be understanding of the other party's perspective and be able to reach compromise. We've got to go in with that mindset. So cross-sector collaboration, when we engage in discussions with these other parties, these other interested parties, we need to be armed with facts and research. And I'm pulling from some of these concepts that I'm mentioning here are from the broader cross-sector, multi-sector approach to a lot of issues. Stress the interrelationships between all of us and the stakeholders. Understand their terminology. Just as we hope that industry understands the terminology and the needs of astronomy, so too does astronomy need to understand the terminology and needs of industry. And it's not so much, yes, we need to compromise, but it's also so that we can understand and talk their language and be able to persuade in that regard. We need to have patience, although not too much patience. Time is short, and we needed to act years ago, and there's a lot of catch up. So we don't need too much patience, but we do need patience in getting them to understand. And then flexible entry points. We need more than complaints and ideas. And I know this may upset some people, but what I mean is that we need draft documents. You know, when I go and I talk to, here in the US, when I talk to staffers of Congress people, senators, representatives, agencies, it's great to talk about an idea. It's great to advocate, think about this issue for us. It's better to have exactly worded in a document what you're looking for. It gets them already out of the starting gate. So we need draft documents. We need varying language so that there's alternatives to that. We need supporting documentation. So the draft documents are the language, the proposed legislation. The supporting documentation are the footnotes, the sites, the resources that back up our position. Again, we also need to talk their language so that when we draft the legislation, when we draft these documents, we are using the language that's going to come into play. And we need to know friends and foes alike. Again, it's interrelationships, it's cross-sector coalitions, and it's working together. Now, a lot of people advocate as a solution industry self-governance. That in and of itself is not a solution that we can rely on. And we can talk about any industry. A lot of my background in the law comes from internet over the last 25 years. And internet companies have long argued for industry self-governance. and trust us, we've got this. You can't do that. As much as we may love the social media companies or not, we can't rely on industry self-governance. Nonetheless, we don't want to discourage industry from trying to self-govern itself and develop its own principles. We should participate in that self-governance. Just as we want them to come to the table, like in SATCON, Dark and Quiet Skies, we need to try to participate and be involved in their discussions as much as possible. So that reciprocity we want, hey, come to our discussions, we'd like to come to yours, because in my mind, advocating to my clients where I represent satellite companies or small companies in the commercial space industry, you want to be involved, because if people are getting together and meeting to develop a policy, you want a seat at that table, if not only to speak and to raise the issues, at least to learn. And in my mind too, we need to encourage industry to kind of have compliance by design, be thinking about these issues and build it into their design process. It's much easier to convince a company to think about it at the beginning and incorporate some features in the design than after they've already spent millions, if not more, on technology and equipment to try to adapt thereafter. Not everybody is a SpaceX to be able to develop dark sat and go to a visor sat. But in any case, we want reciprocity. Invite us to our table, we'll invite you to yours. It's definitely one advantage though on the industry self-governance is that it's a more immediate change. If they can adopt some guidelines or some principles, it's more likely to get that going than a treaty or international agreements or even domestic legislation. But nonetheless, their efforts can also guide those developments when we look to international proposals. So we need to be talking at UN, COPUOS, UNUSA. We need to be engaged in those discussions. The IAU Center is a perfect opportunity for that. Treaty, yes, we should go for it. It's unrealistic, but it is needed. I mean, as was just mentioned, talking about some principles of the Outer Space Treaty from 1967, the liability aspects of that and the Liability Convention totally need to be updated. So we definitely need an international treaty, an updated space treaty, whether it's a new one or amendments. So we need to push for that, however unrealistic happens to be. While we're doing that, we also need to be pushing for guidelines, recommendations, and frameworks, and building upon that kind of consensus and that interaction. We need dialogue, messaging, and continued presence. So we need to be, again, a seat at the table needs to be for us, for everybody, for all the stakeholders. Within our respective domestic state parties, we need to be focusing on regulations, statutes, supporting documents. As I said, have the evidence, have the information available that's going to support what you're trying to propose, what we're trying to propose. And we need to work toward harmonization. If we have, as a group, draft documents that we can circulate across nations, across the international perspective, we have harmonization, and that kind of addresses and tries to resolve the issue with respect to the challenge on inconsistency, right? Listen, write, present, and repeat. We need to listen to everybody. We need to write the legislation. We need to write the legislation. Don't wait for the legislators to do it. We need to write it so that we've got a document in hand. Present it to people, present at conferences, present at opportunities like this, and repeat the whole process. The dialogue needs everybody to come together and to share their interests, and that all needs to go into what ultimately will become the principles that will guide a sustainable space future in the future. So the 5 points of the resolution here, the 5 areas, the public outreach. We need to convince the public that this is an issue and realize that continued presence in doing so. We need industry. We need them to be at the table and working toward their own solutions, but we can't rely on that. We've also got to push for domestic and international rules. And we need, I know some might argue that NGOs include industry, but putting aside the commercial space sector, we need all other interested parties, NGOs, your IDA, your AAS, your European Astronomical Society, this organization, all of these, the Federation of Astronomical Societies, all of these organizations need to come together to reach the solution. Now, finally, as I'm reaching the end here, generalized policy strategies. We need to piggyback on existing legislation. We need to be aware of what's out there, both domestically, internationally, in terms of being proposed. Anything related to space, see if we can fit some language in there that addresses the issue. Draft new legislation. Let's not just wait for somebody else to do it. Let's draft our own, identify the key issues and start to bring that in. It might be one piece of legislation on one issue, and we might also have another on another issue, or, excuse me, a more global approach. And start easy, build upon that, and have variations. I know the variations might be inconsistent with the harmonization, but nonetheless, we want variations so that we've already thought out if somebody says, no, we're never going to agree to that language, what's our second best choice? Testimony, find the opportunities to jump in, provide comments, provide testimony before agencies and staff and so forth, and comment, formally comment where you can. Now, what we need, answers that we need, and I encourage people to go out and find these, was alluded to just a little bit ago, the threshold for satellites at orbits. What I mean by that is that space is large, vast, but Earth's orbital space, as large as it is, happens to be finite, right? So there is a number that we can calculate. How many objects can we have flying around at 17,000 kilometers per hour before we run into issues? There is a maximum number of satellites at any particular orbit to maintain that space and be safe and sustainable. But nobody's identified that yet. I was on a panel with an ITU representative. The issue came up. Nobody knows what that number is, or if they do, they're keeping it secret. We need that number because we need to be aware of how many satellites can actually be licensed in a particular orbit area. Economics of astronomy and science. We talked about the challenge and the money and so forth being put into the economy, space exploration, commercial space industry, and it may be that astronomy and the sciences are dwarfed by both of those other approaches. But we need to know the numbers, and we need to be able to talk to various governments about those numbers. It might be a smaller economy, it might be a smaller economy than the commercial space sector, but it's an economy nonetheless. Jobs count on that. Investment in the James Webb Space Telescope. We don't want to jeopardize that potential. I'm coming up here on the end, but we need to think about those numbers, the employees, the funding, the research, the contributions that science, astronomy makes to industry. All of these are talking points. So the key issues, focus on Earth's orbital space as part of its Earth's environment. We need to focus on aggregate impacts, cooperation, and metrics. The metrics come from the reports from Dark and Quiet Skies and SATCOM. We already have space environmentalism. We already have an idea of planetary protection in our regulations here in the US, in our actual statutes and so forth, the way that we operate. So the concept that we don't want to harm environments on even other celestial bodies, we already have a kind of space environmentalism, and we need to expand on that. The future of space depends on it. So remember, call and write your representatives. Writing gets more. When I worked for a senator years ago, a phone call equated to a certain number of votes, a letter equated to a magnitude higher than that. So take the time. It shows how much somebody might be invested in an issue. Call and write your representatives. Send staffers the dark and quiet skies reports. Talk about this webinar today at dinner and tomorrow at breakfast. Read, educate, and advocate. Earth's environment does include its orbital space. We need to protect astronomy from mega constellations, protect science from satellites. Not that we want to get rid of satellites. Satellites actually contribute to science, as has been said earlier. But finally, we need to include all stakeholders. And to that extent, I hope I'd push it a little bit further and the dynamic in talking about the challenges and how we might overcome those in the space legal environment. So I'm happy to address any questions, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you very much, Charles. That's a brilliant talk. Thank you very much. And clearly you've recovered well from your recent bout of COVID.
I have, yes. Thank you very much. I've been very fortunate in that it was more like a mild cold. So thank you.
Luckily, thank you. Over to you, Robert.
Great stuff. Thank you. And yeah, my thanks, Charles, as well. I should say, actually, the Royal Astronomical Society here in the UK is doing a lot of the things you mentioned, which is not to say we shouldn't be doing more, but we have given evidence to committees of MPs, to government and so on, and it's slowly having an impact, but I do worry about our relative weight compared with industry. And we did make the point as well that the irony is that the UK is spending, even with our OneWeb part purchase, is spending a lot more on astronomy still, hard though it is to believe sometimes, than on that investment. So it is a point that we've made very robustly. However, I'm going to open this up to questions and look at some of those that have come in already. We've had a fantastic set of speakers. I know Aaron's back. That's brilliant. Okay, because there was one about there's been a couple of environmental questions actually that have come up during the day, and I'm aware of the fact that Aaron has to go because of family commitments, as do I after this finishes, and that's the reason I'm not around tomorrow. And the question I think was actually interesting from a UK perspective, which is that you might be aware that there's an effort to expand spaceports here because of the different ways of launching. There's a whole Launch UK program. It's a very, very big priority for government. And Kate Mullard on the Q&A is asking, I live very close to Newquay Airport, a new spaceport. Now, I don't know about the number of launches going from there. No rockets as such, but can you expect similar damage from the satellite launches from a plane? And I suppose, you then have as you'll be aware, that kind of Pegasus type system where you have a launch from an aircraft. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so at least for some of the designs, the idea is to take it up to the top of the troposphere to the lower stratosphere, and then launch the secondary vehicle, which is ultimately still a rocket. It's just it tries to take advantage of lift while it can, and then you still have the basic mechanics and exhaust products from rocketry. And so this will be used a lot for at least one company, space tourism venture, and it will still dump a lot of material into the upper atmosphere. And so all of the issues with soot and whatever other products that they have, like they usually have mixtures of this HDPE and aluminum as a solid fuel for the boosters, because solid or hybrid rockets are very reliable. So that's really an important property to have. But it's just going to produce soot into the upper atmosphere, as well as the alumina particles once the aluminum oxidizes. So you don't actually get around that, because no matter what, you are launching through the upper atmosphere.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's been reflected in considerations by UK government yet, and I think I probably need to send you an email outside of this meeting because you presented some fascinating work there that I really don't think is even up for consideration at all. Okay, there's another one. Which I'm going to ask, this is for Aaron and John, from Gary Hunt, and he talks about mentioning amateur and professional examples of satellite light pollution, and a proposal by Alistair Leith, who made suggested that there should be a global database of images that have satellite light pollution. What do you think of this idea, and who would be best placed to run it? Is it worth pursuing? Is there anything like that perhaps already under discussion? I know data is an issue actually rather than modeling.
I'm happy to give a few thoughts, but John, would you like to speak first?
Sure. Thanks, Aaron. There is an effort underway to collect images, at least of situations where satellite trails are directly impacting astronomical images. Charles mentioned the new International Astronomical Union Center that's been established, and it consists of a number of so-called hubs of activity, and one of those is called SatHub, and will collect observations from both professional and amateurs to feed into some of these models that we have been talking about to better understand the problem. As far as I know, so far, it's limited to actual observations of satellites that are resolved in images. I don't know of any activity right now to systematically collect measurements of diffuse sky brightness, although certainly that's something we will be talking to the IAU about. It makes sense for them to be a clearinghouse for that sort of thing. And I think eventually we will get to something like that.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, right, there are a few others. One came up earlier. This is more of a legal one. It came up a lot earlier, again from Gary, actually, and then I'll turn to others on the list. Would it not be better, and I think this is actually a demonstration of just how complicated the landscape is at international level, but to have a UN agency similar to the ITU or IMO to have overall regulatory control of orbital placement and standards. I don't know whether, say, Charles or Thomas would like to answer that.
I'm happy to jump in initially and say that I've heard the call for that, and I can certainly appreciate that. I think that the UN COPUOS and its corollary UNUSA, certainly from a policy perspective, happens to kind of push and fill that position in terms of another organization or another international body to regulate all space issues and so forth. My own personal opinion would be not to pursue that approach. The reason being, as I alluded to earlier, the complexity already is significant, and to add in another layer and how that would work, and then the dynamics between different parties, I just don't see that working. And I think that there'd be a lot of effort trying to make it work that could be better directed toward other solutions. Thomas, do you have a comment on that?
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. I think the efforts to set it up are better directed elsewhere.
Thank you. All right, Paul, I can see you've got your hand up.
Yes, I'm muted now. One of the things that concern me maybe in trying to put in place new treaties or to modify existing treaties is that you may potentially open up a complete can of worms where the dominant spacefaring nations could water down existing treaties or weaken existing treaties, and I think we need to be very wary of that. So I'm sure comments on that.
Yeah, I saw Thomas take his mic off, but if I could just jump in really quickly. I think that that's a really good point. I would hope that would not occur. I mean, one of the areas that I think the treaties need to, and maybe it is a better way to say not update existing treaties, but to have a new treaty if we were to get to that, so that then it's just a focus and we can look at that independently. But one is, and Thomas alluded to this or talked about this as well, is the liability, because right now under the treaties, the launching states are responsible for those objects that they launch, and the international space environment is much more complex than it happened to be when that was originally written. So that's one area that I think that definitely needs to be updated. And to your point, Paul, what was interesting to me that I heard in another conversation relates to countries that are not yet spacefaring and that may not have yet launched satellites, is that even where we talk about these international concepts on mitigating space debris and the requirements that need to be imposed on satellite companies and so forth, some countries view that effort as an effort by the spacefaring countries, US, EU, and so forth, to push the other countries out, to keep them away and to dominate the orbital space. I'm not that jaded. I don't think that that's what is actually happening. And I mean, space debris, orbital debris is a real issue. But nonetheless, to your point, that's a perspective that some countries have, and we need to be aware of that and cautious.
I mean,
I'm thinking here of the Bogota Declaration, which was the one where I think it was 7 or 8 equatorial countries decided that they wanted to challenge the right to take over certain slots that were above their longitudes. Effectively, they wanted to say, this is my country, that's my longitude range, and therefore I need you to leave that free for when I get round to wanting to put my satellites up there. And that was I think it was 1972 or something like that, but it's widely ignored.
Okay, Andy, I can see you got your hand up.
Yeah, so Charles mentioned that we can't really rely on industry self-governance, and I think I share that skepticism, although it has to play a part. But there's been a lot of talk over the last year or so, the idea of sustainability ratings or kite marks or something of that kind, which then investors or insurers would pay attention to. And so who should award the sustainability ratings?
I'll comment on this actually as well, because that's up for discussion with the UK government too. But the sustainability rating so far is mostly, as far as I can see, the industry input has been to make it as seamless as possible. And I'm not sure that the considerations that they want to include will necessarily be ones that will cover certainly areas like astronomy. And there's work to be done there. But does somebody else want to respond on this with more other thoughts? Aaron, I can see your hands up. Sorry, I missed it.
It wasn't responding to that exact point. It was actually to the previous point. So I'll yield for anyone who wants to speak up now.
I would just say really quickly that that's a really good question, Andy. And in my mind, the quick answer is that's an opportunity for an organization to fill the void and do so now, and perhaps even the astronomy community, because you could pull in all the different metrics that you want and give that rating. Might everybody buy into that? I don't know. That's not, we're not going to decide that here today, but there's a void for that. An opportunity exists.
I was in a meeting almost exactly like that, but I was the only astronomer in the room with about 25 people from the space sector. And so, it was a strange session actually, but at least it's there, and I'll certainly take as much input as possible to try and continue to make that case. Sorry, I can see. So, Aaron, do you want to come back in now?
Yes, thank you, and thanks to everyone again for all of their comments. And my apologies to both Charles and Thomas, because I was not able to see your talks, which, knowing both of you, I'm sure were brilliant. So this may have already been covered, but I feel compelled to mention that treaties are not the only source of international law, that we actually have 3 main sources of international law, one of them being customary international law. And in fact, many of the treaties that we have are simply codifications of existing customary international law. And so the point here is that with sufficient state practice, you can actually have emergent international law that may or may not later be put into a treaty, but you could have a very substantial effect. And so we don't need to necessarily have a treaty in order to be effectual on the international stage. Thank you.
Well made. One thing opening up, and I haven't seen new questions coming in, is actually I was thinking, as Jessica's still here, I don't think any of the discussion that I've seen in governments is considering the cultural issues that you referred to so eloquently earlier either. I mean, I don't know if that's true in the US. it obviously is in the astronomical community, you know, and I think it's been, but you know, certainly it's not obvious to me. Is that the case, or?
I would say, based on my experience, just incorporating more of the cultural concerns, diverse perspectives is kind of an emerging phenomenon in the astronomical community, and even more so in this space sector type thing. Just based on my experience going to space sector events, it seems that there seems to be, you know, more awareness of like some of the debris issues, things like that, and like the concept of sustainability. But I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done looking at broader stakeholder impacts and things like that. There's a long way to go.
Thank you. Let me just look at the dial of questions here. Generally enormous praise for those sessions earlier. Let's see if there's anything else we haven't come to yet. I think, I mean, some of these have been answered by people in writing anyway. I wonder, are there any, well, I'm sure I can come up with further questions. It's much better if they come from the floor, but are there any other thoughts panelists want to add in the last few minutes? I guess there's no harm, Paul, if we finish a few minutes early.
Not at all. I have a slight worry. Maybe I'm a complete worrywart on this, but I was concerned with the Russian anti-satellite test in November last year. And clearly Russia is looking at the progress of SpaceX and maybe with rather a degree of envy, and maybe feels that they are losing the modern low Earth orbit space race. And is it possible that their aim was not simply the destruction of a satellite, but to test how effective it is to wreck low Earth orbit environment, which would then basically put a pause in growth in low Earth orbit use for 2 or 3 decades, maybe, to allow them to catch up. So maybe I'm being paranoid, but given recent events and recent behaviours, it wouldn't surprise me if that was their goal.
We need a military expert on the call as well, I think. I was going to ask, actually, in general terms, one final thought for me was that actually we engage with different companies like SpaceX and so on, OneWeb, obviously, and to some extent we would feel that they're very positive about that engagement, though what tangibly flows from that's another question. But what happens, I'm thinking about putting this to Charles and Thomas, I mean, what obligations do they have on, you know, if we have decent actors in the West, let's say that you have, you know, SpaceX behaves decently enough, and you know, can debate about how far that will go. But, you know, what are the obligations on, say, India and China or Russia, if they decide to launch their own constellations? I mean, particularly given the state of international relations, what are the prospects for actually holding them to account over that and seeing them signing a new treaty, agreeing to an amendment with the existing one? You know, what are the prospects for that in your view? And I can see, Thomas, you've got your hand up anyway, so shoot.
Yeah, so I'll address Paul's point first. I think the sad reality is it's really easy to screw up Earth orbit. I mean, I've seen this talked about in terms of what North Korea could do. You set off a couple of nuclear weapons in low Earth orbit and you can take out huge quantities, if not the entire network. So I don't think that would necessarily be the Russian motive for doing that, because it's overwhelmingly easy to do that. That's why I think we need robust governance structures and to sort of cool everything down particularly on the military front. But we'll see. Russia signed an agreement saying they wouldn't invade Ukraine, so we know how well that went. As far as China and India goes, I mean, their obligations are effectively the same as for the Western constellations, and given the fact that we haven't really applied any real regulatory structures to them beyond the concerns about frequency and liability, there's no reason to think they would do anything. And I mean, for China in particular, their environmental record in terms of space launches is pretty horrific. So maybe they could see a propaganda value, but I wouldn't hold much hope. it's something we could lead on, though. And I think this is where I draw some hope from the US announcement on anti-satellite testing. Because if we set those robust standards, then we could get them to align with them. That isn't unthinkable. And so that makes the Western states taking a lead on this perhaps even more important than just doing it for our own benefits. But yeah.
Thank you. Charles, anything to add on that?
No, I not really. I mean, I think that Thomas said it well, and I think that, you know, I think one of the issues is to understand the psychology of the countries, and I'm no expert, but you know, if we can make compliance a matter of national pride for any particular country, to buy into that and to buy into being a leader in that regard, then I think that's a selling point. You know, but beyond that, the difficulty is that, you know, it's a big issue in our country right now is talking about the Supreme Court and the validity and whether, you know, the lack of enforcement power really that it has. And I think that that's a broader issue internationally, is that, you know, what do you do? How do you enforce these things? And what is really there more than economic penalties? You know, it's not like the US or the UN can come into Russia, China, or India and tell them you're not going to launch any more satellites. I mean, that's not going to happen. So I think that the solution ultimately involves a lot of international psychology, to be quite honest. But I will circle back to what Thomas said, and I think that the announcement to just completely not engage in ASAT testing is a good way forward. And we do need to maintain also the demilitarization of space and keeping the militarization out of it. It should be science, exploration, industry. That's the kind of philosophy that we all need to jump onto. So thanks.
Thanks, Charles. Okay, Andy, final thoughts?
Just one more point on that. I suspect a lot of countries, as well as responding to commercial pressure and the feeling of being in a space race, you know, it must be clear that they're responding to the threat of the US controlling internet access for their citizens, which they really don't want. So they, you know, there's a, I don't know how we avoid that, but that's got to be part of the psychology.
And Paul.
Yes, I mean, in some of the talks that I've given to societies, I've raised the point that if you have companies like SpaceX, there must be some clause somewhere in their agreements with the government that if necessary, they will turn off the internet over Iran, say, if something happens. You have the potential ability for SpaceX to be responsible for implementing digital sanctions on a country.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I mean, maybe yeah, good question. I know if you want a positive example of that rather than a negative one, there is this Effelsberg agreement which protects the Effelsberg Observatory in Germany from some of the Starlink downlink transmissions, and we're citing it a lot. I'm trying to cite it a lot with the UK government, say this is possible. So I take from what you say, Paul, as well, which is an absolutely political risk, but actually also it does demonstrate the feasibility of taking that kind of action too. You know, it's not possible with all of the designs, but if it's possible to switch them off and protect sites, as has happened in Germany, and I think there was the Netherlands as well, and Sweden looking at it, then, you know, there is some cause for optimism in the radio spectrum at least. And, you know, and that was where the license from the government, the German government dictated that, so they are allowed to sell their services. So the lawyers of the court can pick me up on this, but I understand they're allowed to sell their services to German citizens on condition they respect this license condition. So, you know, maybe the consumer pressure argument can help as well. If we, you know, there seems no reason to me that we couldn't start to use that. Yes. But anyway, I know. Should we bring it to a close, Paul? I'm just
I think so, yes.
Oh, Jessica, sorry, yes, do come back.
I just had a question. For those of you in the UK, like what I've seen looking at, like there's increased interest in building spaceports and that type of thing. And I'm just wondering from your experience, like what does that look like on the ground? Like, is there consultation with the communities? Are they excited about it? Is it affecting them? Are there environmental impact assessments? What is that aspect looking like?
There's a mixture, I think. And you have had communities in remote areas that are very enthusiastic about it because they see it as bringing, well, giving them presence and profile, I think, more than anything. So there's one example right up in northwest Scotland. My question about that one is actually knowing it. Well, Andy will know too, but knowing how hard it is to get to by road and sea and so on. You think that whether that's viable is another matter. They tend to be billed as things like, well, this could be a great space tourism place. So when there was a proposal for one in southwest England in Cornwall, people talked about, oh, you know, I mean, the local press talking about trips to Mars and Cornwall and so on, as you can imagine. In terms of environmental impact, yeah, they do. That regulatory stuff is there. But I don't think it takes on board properly the kind of points that Aaron was making. But I'm looking at people like Thomas and Charles, but it was, yeah, and it certainly doesn't take into account the impact on the sky. And we tried to make that point in a response to it and said, actually, you know, you need to think about the orbital effects, the space environment, the impact on wider society, and so on. It wasn't really taken on board. On the other hand, we are having perhaps some of the conversations we're having now are a result of that. But I think to answer your central point, a lot of the communities are quite enthusiastic because they see this as a really exciting thing for their area. And that's certainly the kind of impression given in the press. I'm not aware of, I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of campaigns against them on the ground yet. Do you know of any, Andy? I'm just wondering.
In Sutherland, I think there's a little bit of environmental worry about the effect on the wildlife habitats and so on. I haven't looked into that. I don't know how big a deal that is, how seriously that's being taken, but that does exist.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, it's the standard environmental protection stuff for any development. There's no real there's nothing being specifically done for the spaceports itself. It's the same sort of thing as, and I think that's why a lot of them are utilizing existing not aerodromes and things like that, because they already have that kind of permission.
Yes.
But Scotland has got stricter environmental laws than England does anyway, so I think that's coming into play for the Scottish ones.
There's a comment popped up here from Kate Mullard saying she's not aware of anything bad in Cornwall. Comment in the chat there, I think.
I think we can take that as a completely global statement. Cornwall's always wonderful. We know this, so that's why we all take our holidays there.
Yes. Okay, I think we should start to wind up. Just say thank you very much for all the speakers today and your presence here on the panels, and really good illuminating talks, and I'm sure everyone attending appreciates all of those. Just as a little administration announcement for tomorrow, we're going to start 10 minutes later than the program currently shows. And we're also going to have a swap of 2 of the talks later on in the day. And also I will be giving one of the talks for which there was a TBD, for which I couldn't get a speaker in time. So I thought it was time I got my hands dirty and gave a talk. I will send an updated program for tomorrow to Martin to upload onto the FAS website so that that can be updated. So thank you again for everybody, and hopefully we'll see you all back tomorrow. Thank you.